but we did. Okay, so let's go live. Okay, so we're back in session. We here in the Dysart office experienced some technical difficulties. So we have got all counselors back on screen, and we have Tony Usher, the planner for Harvard Holdings, and Paul Wilson also in attendance. And we're going to go back to slide 9. So for those of you who are watching, this may be a little bit repetitive, but here at Dysart, I was not seeing past here. So we're going to go to there. We've also tried to advertise on local media that you need to just refresh on the YouTube page.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Okay.
Everybody.
Okay, but we are live. So, okay, Tony, I'm going to turn it over to you. So if anyone watching, or if they're able to tell their friends or family who are wanting to watch, you need to go to the Dysart at our website and just go to our YouTube channel and hit refresh. It did have to be a new meeting link, and we apologize for technical difficulties. Okay, Tony, take it away.
Thank you very much, Mayor Roberts. And are we on the same page? Is this the slide you wanted me to start at?
I believe that looks like slide 9 to me. Yes.
Yeah, because I don't have numbers, but I
Okay.
think this is right.
If they have problems, get back to me because I'll text them.
I do hear, I think Paul needs to mute.
Thank you, Glenn.
You need to
Thank
mute,
you.
Paul. You need to mute. You're not muted.
There we go. Okay, so Tony.
Thank you. And I feel so badly for boring the public attendees, but I'll try to be brief.
It's okay.
These 3 slides were prepared by Gord Nielsen, and about environmental protection, and the natural environment, including the protection of Grass Lake, has been for not just for Gord, but the owner and myself, the leading consideration in proposing development of these lands. The wetlands are the primary constraint. I would also say the primary asset. They occur all along the shore, as we know, and they provide excellent fish and wildlife habitat. And all of these wetlands will be protected with 30-meter development setbacks, in which all the existing forest would remain and all the clear areas would be renaturalized. And although docks, of course, would normally be permitted on a lot like this, and they are now as of right, there will be none permitted here under this proposal. Continuing with environmental protection, the pond that was built over 10 years ago has become naturalized since then. It has environmental benefits that are complementary to the benefits of the wetlands, and it will be protected with a 30-meter renaturalized setback. There's a small drainage course in the northern severance, which I think Chris pointed out, that would conveys localized runoff to the lake. It will also be protected by a setback, and over 2/3 of the present forest on the property will be retained, and over 2/3 of the areas that are currently open will be renaturalized, starting with immediate tree and shrub planting to kickstart the reforestation process. The team has also paid careful attention to protecting the quality of stormwater runoff to Grass Lake through best management practices that are recommended by Gord. Continuing with environment, species at risk, including Blanding's turtle and significant wildlife habitat, have been appropriately considered and will be protected. In addition to wetland and watercourse protection and buffering, it's proposed there will be contractor training, wildlife exclusion fencing where appropriate, and stewardship information for residents. All this environmental work has been peer reviewed, as has already been mentioned, and we also undertook species at risk consultation with the province. And finally, in summary, it is Gord's opinion, and I share that opinion, that the natural environment has been properly considered and will receive a high level of protection with this development. The next and related issue is forest protection. And of the total property, 8 hectares are proposed to be in the RS and CH zones where development would be permitted. And those are all dry lands. And currently, over 2/3 of that is forest. Of that 8 hectares, 45% will be within the protected buffers, mainly the 30-meter setbacks. It's estimated that about 22% of the total 8 hectares would be cleared, forest cleared for development, but also 22% of that 8 hectares, which is now clear, will be reforested. So after renaturalization takes place, the RS and CH zones will still be 69% forest. And then there is another 6.9 hectares of the property that is flooded lands, including the pond and the upland wetland. All of this will be in the EP zone, and all of it will be entirely protected and undeveloped. Now, the other key issue is compatibility with the Grass Lake environment and neighborhood. And it's important to note that all of Grass Lake, except for the South Shore, is within the settlement area boundary that I showed early on in my presentation about an hour ago or whenever it was. And we also have on Grass Lake, we have Halliburton Hospital at the east end. We have 2 commercial lots on the north end on County Road 21. There is also more commercial development, of course, on 21, as everybody knows, and there is medium density residential development already existing on the north side of the road. On the lake, most of the residential lots are small. They have only 20 to 30 meters frontage. Many of them have cleared shorelands. Half of them are on municipal sewer, but half of them are on private septic, and most of the private septic lots will stay that way with systems of varying age and quality, unless and until sewage lines are extended. There's only a few that do have access to sewage service and have not hooked up. Continuing with compatibility, on the other hand, the proposed development will have fully forested and protected shorelands. It will have stringent stormwater protection, municipal sewage service, and only 1 lot with actual access to open water at the point, but no docks will be allowed on any of these lots. And as well, and I think this is about where we kicked out, the buildings will be no higher than the 9.5 meters that is allowed on every lot. They will be confined to 26% of the total area of the RS and CH zones. That it would be the orange area on the map that Chris showed you earlier and is earlier in my presentation. And the buildings would be, depending on which lot of the 4 lots we're talking about, would be 225 to 400 meters from their nearest residential neighbors on the lake. The last issue I want to touch on is housing. There is a serious permanent housing shortage in Halliburton Village and the county. And the Chamber of Commerce actually calls it a crisis in a release they issued a few days ago. This proposal will provide over time up to 88 medium density units. This is a sorely needed housing type. This is 88 medium density units would be 38% of the municipality's target to provide over the next number of years. The site is 3.5 kilometers from the center of Halliburton Village with good access to the village. There are affordable housing opportunities. There will definitely be opportunities for affordable housing. This is a complex and topic and an ever-changing one with the constant changes in the marketplace. It's discussed at some length in my planning report. And finally, the community organization Places for People is interested in accepting and developing Severance 1, the northernmost Severance. Finally, wrapping up, as I said in my planning report, it's my opinion that the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendments and the proposed severances, which are a county matter to approve, would be consistent with the provincial policy statement and conform with the applicable official plans. As well, The amendments and consents would be consistent with good planning principles and practice and would be in the public interest. And this remains my professional opinion today. Now, I have to say that despite repeated invitations, neither the Friends of Grass Lake nor their planning consultants have ever been willing to talk to us directly, but the door remains open. Harborne Holdings and its team remain ready to try to accommodate resident concerns and improve mutual understanding. So that's it. Our contact information is there. I am more than happy to try to answer any questions the council or the public may have at the appropriate time as the mayor considers. And Paul Wilson is also available to answer any questions that might be more appropriate for him to answer. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Tony, and thank you for repeating some of those slides, and maybe they were worth repeating because it was on a lot of the environmental issues that I think are of most importance to some of the comments and concerns that we have had to date. If you don't mind unsharing your screen, if everyone's been able to get your contact, and then I'll be able to have full view. Thank you so much. I'm just going to double check if Paul Wilson had anything to add, or if you feel Tony covered it. You just need to unmute at this point, Paul.
No, I think Tony did a great job of summarizing things, so I don't have anything to add unless someone has questions.
Okay, and so you're there available for questions. I'm looking to see if our staff are brought in because this is the opportunity I'm opening it up to Public Planning Committee, which is all of council, to ask questions to either staff or to the applicant. So I just waiting for I know staff can hear me, but I'm just waiting for me to see them on screen. I do want to note that because this has been so long in the works, we looked at the timeline from the original application and proposal and comments that you received from neighboring properties, et cetera, that there were quite significant changes such as, so we're going to read and hear some comments throughout the day, likely on things like boat traffic and boating. That's what they say is a moot point. That's irrelevant. There are no docks permitted on there. So as well as the protection to the protection to the man-made pond is now at a 30-meter setback. So I think there's quite a few changes that you did make, Tony. I don't know if you wanted to speak to those in specific just to highlight, and then we'll turn it over. I'll open the floor to questions.
Well, I'll just list them very, very briefly. There's a letter that we sent out on April 20, which provides those in more detail, and that covered additional protection for the Blandings turtle, because this was something that, while we were totally cognizant of could be in the area, it wasn't actually seen on site until after we submitted our applications. There is there was the lengthy discussion in that letter, which I've fleshed out a little bit today, on explaining the need for forest clearing a little better than we did in the original application. And when we went and looked at it better, we found, in fact, the amount of forest clearing that would be required was a good deal less than suggested in the original application. And I talked about that in my presentation. There's the increased setbacks and buffers, which I think we've all mentioned. And there was also a potential in the original application that there could be some encroachment into buffers to accommodate building perimeters, and that was taken out. The dock on the shoreline and has been taken out. The viewing platform on the pond was taken out. Traffic study was provided, which was a subsequent request of the county. We did talk about, I think it's a level of detail we shouldn't get into here, about potential impacts of well of Halliburton Veterinary Services. We made clear that we are quite prepared to accept any conditions the municipality wants to put in at the site plan agreement stage to require conformity to the exterior lighting objectives that are in the official plan. And we also mentioned in that letter the places for people interested in severance one. So those were summarize the changes, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's important to reference that letter of April so that because a lot of the comments still coming in, even as you know, into September of this year, we're referencing the original application. And like I said, as an example, things like voting. So I think it's important to note that there have been changes made as you've gone along. Anything staff want to update after hearing Mr. Escher's planning report, or go ahead, Jeff?
I don't think we have anything else to add at this time, but we're here to answer any questions council has. And then when we move into the public portion, we're also happy to help address any questions they have.
Okay, so opening up to questions from councilors to see if there's anything that wasn't clear or explained. So I think no questions. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, I don't know whether it's Tony or Paul to answer this, but a great presentation, and as has been noted, a lot of adjustments have been made to the proposal based upon feedback from the public and other consultants and so forth. One topic that there's been a fair bit of comment about from the public that hasn't been addressed in your presentation, Tony, relates to fill and other adjustments that may have been made over the years. I think Paul's owned his company, Harbor Holdings, has owned this property for nearly 20 years now. And there were a fair number of comments about, potentially illegal, filling activity. And so I wondered if in this public forum you might address those comments and provide your own perspective. Thank you.
Go ahead, Tony.
Thank you, Councillor. I hesitate to get, this is a complex topic. It's not complex in terms of the answer, but it's complex in terms of the amount of information involved. And I hesitate to get into it in any detail. But there are letters, particularly of December 7, I believe, 21, that go through the whole history of this. And then a subsequent letter, I believe, of August 15, 22. There is no evidence of any alteration of the shoreline. There was clearing. There was filling. It was all legal at the time. And it has been reviewed, was reviewed, and has been reviewed at the time, and in some cases since, by the responsible agencies, which are MNRF in terms of filling below the water line, and the Department of Fisheries and Ocean in terms of any effect on fish habitat, and as well the county in terms of anything with respect to forest clearing, because the county has the original forest bylaw, and then more recently the shoreline bylaw, not the new one that was just passed, but the one that's been in effect for many years. And there is absolutely no question, if, in my view, if you review these letters and there is supporting correspondence that has been provided to staff, that there was nothing illegal ever done. There is nothing illegal now. The DFO visited the site as recently as this spring and was completely satisfied with what they saw. And in any case, I got to make the final comment that as a planner, I think these are fair questions, but they are not planning issues. If somebody has done something illegal in the past, which is not the case here, but let's say it did happen, and this is the case whether we're the kinds of things we're talking about, or if an applicant to council had built a building that violated didn't have a building permit, Those are not part of the planning decision. They are matters that need to be addressed separately. And if somebody did something illegally, then investigations are made, charges are laid, et cetera, et cetera. That I don't know whether that answers your question, Councillor, but without getting into more detail, I think I want to, beyond that, rely on the letters that have been provided and the information that's been provided.
Councillor Smith, did that?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. I saw the letters. I read them. Over the last couple of days that they were provided to us, and I was satisfied. But I think because this has been talked about so much, I just wanted to give you a chance to try and clear the air. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's one of those things that when us as the councillors and the public planning committee, we almost have to filter out, if you will, the things that are, as Tony just referenced, not planning issues. And as my preamble, I mentioned, we have to, is this good land use planning for this particular land to have multi-residential properties on there? And we have to filter out the things that are not part of the, really should be part of this planning decision. So I don't know if Jeff or Chris wanted to sort of remind us, or particularly maybe Chris as planner, senior planner.
Thank you. I believe that everything that has been mentioned is correct, and based on the material provided, staff didn't have any further concerns related to this point anyways.
Okay, thank you. Any Jeff?
Yes, and if I could just add to that, I think the important thing is moving forward, all wetland features are proposed to be classified as environmental protection. Section 13 of the official plan does state that specifies that no construction or site alteration is permitted in these areas. So no filling is proposed by the applicant. Further mitigation measures will be implemented through this process to ensure the long-term protection of all wetland features. The official plan, one of the key components states that, and I'm not necessarily saying it happened here, but where the shoreline has been impaired by past activities, it should be repaired to a natural state. And the applicant has proposed that through his application, and it will be required through and enforced through zoning and through the agreements.
Okay. So if there are no further questions at this time, councillors will still have an opportunity to ask questions later. But throughout the but when the public speakers are coming in, I'm only going to turn that over at that time to staff or Mr. Usher, and then councillors are going to hold their questions till after the public comment portion is closed. So what I think we will do now is bring in Marnie Saunders, who is representing the Friends of Grass. Oh, sorry, Mallory.
Sorry, I just want to make a statement. I'm getting emails from people concerned that everyone couldn't get back in, called the meeting. And I just want to clarify that I went through everyone and we're all in here again. So we're not canceling this meeting. Everyone is back into it. We've got the live stream up and running. So please stop emails suggesting we cancel. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that. No, and as well, all the meetings will remain on the Dysart YouTube channel. Right now, this is on the live one. And as soon as this is over, within a matter of minutes, basically, it's back up and recorded. So for all to watch. So I do see Marnie Saunders coming in. Marnie is with DM Wills and is representing Friends of Grass Lake. And for that purpose, I allotted a larger time limit to do a presentation. I believe you have a PowerPoint. Welcome, Marnie.
Hello, thank you. I don't have a PowerPoint. I just have some speaking notes I'll be presenting this morning. So I just want to say good morning, Mayor, member of council, staff, and the public. Thank you for the opportunity today to speak to this application. Thank you for the introduction. Again, my name is Marnie Saunders. I'm a land use planner with DM Wills in Peterborough. We are representing the Friends of Grass Lake resident group in opposition to the application on today's agenda. I'd like to start off by thanking staff for their assistance with this application and their detailed report and presentation today. The applications were brought to our attention in November of 2021 when the now formed resident group hired us for our planning services to review and provide our professional opinion on the applications. As noted, the applications before the council and the public today propose a rezoning and an official plan amendment to permit residential and mixed-use highway commercial use of the subject property. The rezoning application proposes to change the existing zoning from EP zone and the rural zone to suburban residential exception zones, as well as a highway commercial zone, and some lands will remain in an environmental protection zone. As described in staff report, the subject property is also subject to an official plan amendment to redesignate the subject property also from rural and environmental protection to suburban residential. Our firm has made 2 written submissions to staff regarding these applications on behalf of the resident group, providing our clients' comments as well as our professional opinion on the proposed development. Both of those submissions have been posted online for council's review, and the majority of those comments have also been summarized in staff's report. Further to our initial comments, which we feel have not necessarily been adequately addressed, we find the following issues with the recent activity on the file, which I'll go into a little bit more detail during this presentation. So the first being that the official plan amendment has not been approved yet by the county, and therefore making a decision on the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is premature and would create a non-conformity with the current official plan designations. Number 2 being that the staff report recommending approval, and which also included draft bylaws, was only issued on Monday, September 26th in the late afternoon, and it has not provided an adequate amount of time for council, the public, or myself to review the summary of information, nor the draft bylaws or recommendations made therein. The peer review also on the traffic impact brief was only completed on Tuesday. And again, that did not provide an adequate time for us to review that. Further, the delineation of the environmental protection zone, we don't feel is consistent with official plan policy. And finally, the scheduling of this public meeting and special council meeting to make a recommendation on the application on the same day we feel does not provide adequate time for council staff or the applicant to hear the public's comments and concerns and make concessions where appropriate. It's also not standard practice in planning approval process for that reason. So further to expand on the issues I've summarized above, the recommendation to approve the proposed zoning bylaw amendment today is we feel is premature in nature. We understand that the proposed zoning will include a holding zone and that the implementation and effect of those zones will be subject to the approval of the official plan. However, we feel the recommendation to approve the zoning bylaw amendment is premature and should be deferred until after the official plan amendment is approved. The staff report, again, was only issued late on Monday afternoon. This provided a very detailed draft zoning bylaw amendment and draft official plan amendment documents. However, that did not provide adequate time for us to provide comments to staff or the applicant on those draft documents or provide comment at today's meeting. The report also included a draft zoning bylaw, as I mentioned, which has only been briefly reviewed. Based on that brief review, we don't see any inclusion of restrictions for docking facilities within the EP zone. As mentioned, Grass Lake is recreationally at capacity, and that's why the applicant agreed to restrict docks from anywhere on the lake, particularly the property that would have frontage on or shoreline frontage. So there should be some restrictions or regulations in the zoning to that effect to ensure that the docking facilities are restricted from that area. The report also didn't take into consideration the peer review that was completed on behalf of the county and requested for the traffic impact brief. As I mentioned, this was only issued on Wednesday. There was no mention of this in staff's report that was issued on Monday. And there was some comments and concerns in that peer review that we feel should be addressed prior to approving the zoning bylaw or official plan amendment. The report also didn't take into consideration any new comments that may come forth during this public meeting. So in order for staff, council, and the applicant to adequately address any additional comments or issues that are being brought forth today, we feel that making a recommendation following the public meeting prior to addressing any of the additional comments or concerns is premature. and therefore the rezoning application should be deferred until such time that staff can review any other additional comments or concerns that staff or the public may have. As I mentioned, there was some concerns based on the peer review of the traffic impact study and questions that were left or have not been addressed. Some of those concerns include tenure and whether or not the residential use would be rental or private ownership, or whether or not it would operate year-round or seasonally. And then how those issues or how those types of tenure may impact traffic and have implications on, again, whether or not there needs to be any signalized intersections or the amount of traffic generated from the use, and whether or not there needs to be specific upgrades to the county road or peninsula road. The traffic impact brief also stated that the existing turn lane on County Road 21 may need to be may suggest some issues with slowing traffic or turning traffic and available sight lines. They suggested that a sightline assessment in both directions as it relates to the TAC manual standards should be provided to ensure that the existing problem won't unknowingly be aggravated by the proposed development. We also want to point out that the county had requested a traffic impact study where only a brief was prepared, which may not have addressed all of the aspects of the traffic issues that could be created from the proposed development. So further to the issues, we also found that the proposed environmental protection boundary or delineation is not consistent with section 13.1.2 of the official plan, which states that the boundaries of the environmental protection area where land subject to flooding hazard should be more accurately determined through a flood hazard assessment. That should be precisely delineated in implementing bylaws. There's been no flood hazard assessment completed. Further, the 30-meter required setback from the high water mark has not been included in nor the environmental protection designation or zone. So we feel that the zoning and the official plan do not necessarily address the official plan policies in terms of the delineation of the environmental protection area. Finally, we just wanted to point out that public meetings generally are held outside of business hours. The Grass Lake resident group will expand on this, but they feel that the accessibility to this meeting is not necessarily appropriate, and that a lot of residents do not have access or will not have access to this meeting, being the time during business hours. Also, the fact that it's only accessible through an online internet platform, which not all residents, particularly the aging population and many seniors in the area, don't necessarily have access to. Further to our written submissions, the applicant has stated that the subject property is located on Grass Lake, which, as mentioned, is recreationally at capacity. It is also connected to lake trout at capacity lake. This application, as proposed, suggests that it will not be creating any new waterfront lots or permitting any marine facilities on the subject property. However, the proposed development will be connected, to municipal sewers. As our original comments state, there's been no stormwater management designed to demonstrate that there'll be no impact to Grass Lake. Further to our original comments, we believe that the subject property, being adjacent to the high water mark, is a waterfront lot, and that the property lines of the proposed lots are all essentially along the high water mark, and therefore the future consents should not be permitted, as consents are not permitted on at capacity lakes. Those consents are required to facilitate the future development of these lands, and therefore we think that that should be taken into consideration prior to making an approval or a decision to approve the zoning bylaw amendment today. Further, it's unclear how 88 units can be accommodated in the proposed development based on area of developable lands. We realize that the applicant did provide an updated concept, which is much appreciated, as it demonstrates a 30-meter buffer and the amount of developable lands outside of that 30-meter buffer. However, we feel that the areas that have been identified on that plan, being the proposed future lot areas, do not appropriately demonstrate the amount of developable land. So I believe in Mr. Usher's presentation, he mentioned that outside of the environmental protection designated lands, there's a total of 8 hectares of land that would be designated and zoned for residential purposes. However, only approximately 31% of those lands is developable lands, which is a total of 2.5 hectares of developable lands. The maximum permitted density based on the official plan policies for medium density development and recreational lifestyle development is a maximum of 17 units per hectare. That would mean that there would be permitted a maximum of 42 units based on the 2.5 hectares of developable area for the proposed development. So we feel that approving a zoning bylaw that permits upwards of 80 lots on the entire subject property is not consistent with the official plan policies, and that should be taken into consideration, or at least the calculation for density units per hectare, and whether or not that calculation is based on the entirety of the lot area or the area of developable lands, which is the general practice for that calculation, should be reconsidered before the rezoning is approved. Based on our review, the application is not consistent with the official plan as it currently stands, and therefore, as the proposed official plan amendment has not been approved, we are therefore not supportive of staff's recommendation for approval of the zoning bylaw amendment today, and rather, we recommend that council defer this application until the outstanding comments resulting from the peer review and additional comments on the submission material have been addressed, as well as the public's comments from today's meeting are taken into consideration, and further until such time that the official plan amendment is approved, and therefore bringing the rezoning in consistency with the official plan. That concludes my presentation and the summary of our additional comments further to the original comments provided in our written submission. I would be pleased to answer any questions from council at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Marnie. You covered a lot of ground there. So before I actually open it up to councillors, I'm going to, I think both our own staff and Mr. Usher will want to respond. Mr. Usher, is it okay if I turn to you first to want to respond to some of Marnie's comments? And then I'll turn to staff.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't want to I don't want to debate with Ms. Saunders, and also I think a lot of her comments are more about the municipality's process. Just one point I wanted to pick up. She talked at the end about the 17 units per hectare, and I'm not going to go back into the numbers, but I get her point. It's, there's only a couple of hectares. The orange areas on the concept only amount to somewhere in the order of 2 hectares. And so she's saying, well, the official plan only allows 17 units per hectare. So you could only have, let's say, 34 hectares. The official plan says that medium density development is allowed at the rate of 17 units per hectare. Those are clearly gross hectares. That would apply to the 8 hectares. And what we did was we looked at the area, the developable area, the dry area of each site, because you can't take the wet area into the calculations. And the numbers that is in the proposal for each site are the maximum or less number based on the dry area of each of the 4 lots times 17. First of all, it may not end up at 88. Each is going to be developed individually. But the most important point is the 17 units per hectare is gross. It's not based on what's left on the property after you take out buffers, forests, whatever. In a sense, Ms. Saunders' argument would argue, ends up the more the owner protects, the more he's penalized. And that's not the intent of the policy at all. And I think that the number of units is entirely consistent with the official plan policy and didn't require any amendment to that 17 per unit, 17 units per hectare standard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Usher. So I will turn it over to planning staff because there was quite a few things. And I think understanding, particularly in a municipal world of a two-tier system of how the local level receives the applications and how they're sent to the upper tier for the approval of our any official plan amendment. So Jeff or Chris will be taking the remainder of those questions and comments that Marnie brought up, if you will.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know, Jeff, if you wanted to start, and if Marnie may be able to, as we're going through, there were a lot of questions, so we may just want to kind of go through them as needed. But Jeff, yeah, I can let you start.
Yeah, and I apologize if, or thank you, and I apologize if I miss anything. So I did take some notes here, and I will try and touch on a couple of points. In terms of noting that the zoning bylaw cannot be approved today until the official plan is approved by the by the County of Haliburton, who are the approval authority. Staff agree with this assessment. Staff are recommending that it be supported based on the information provided to date, and that bylaw be brought back once that official plan has been approved for review and consideration by council. In terms of public comments received, if there is comments received today that staff can't answer or the applicant can't address, staff again agree that perhaps a deferral would be a good idea so that staff or the applicant could go back and address those comments. Traffic issues, the County of Haliburton has provided comment to the municipality that they will address all traffic concerns associated with the traffic impact study. They plan to do so through the county site plan agreement process. The County of Haliburton is also the approval authority for the official plan. So during their review of an official plan application, it's quite possible they could come back with further recommendations and conditions that would have to be added to the official plan amendment. Stormwater management, we feel would be more appropriately addressed at time of development. It is something that we have included in our holding provisions in the zoning bylaw that's being recommended today. And development will not proceed until those holding provisions, until stormwater management is addressed. If there's anything else I missed, I would be happy to answer any questions. I'm just looking at my notes now, but I'd be happy to address anything else.
The holding of a public meeting electronically?
Sorry, could you clarify that again? Holding?
Well, I think Marnie used it, the holding of a meeting electronically and also during the day as opposed to after hours. In fact, we have, I could check with the clerk, but there was just an email out from the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing recently saying that that all meetings can be held electronically and constitute a public meeting. People have an opportunity to do have written comments as well. So I believe we're well within our purview of the notice of the meeting, of the date and time of the meeting, and of the form of meeting being held electronically.
Yes, thank you. I think we all agree it'd be more ideal to be in person discussing this matter. And as you can see from the technical difficulties today, virtual meetings are, again, not ideal, but it is permitted by legislation. So we are allowed to have public meetings. With regards to Marnie's comments about public meetings usually occurring after business hours, that has not been practiced here at Dysart for quite some time. I suppose it does make some sense so that more people could attend. However, this application has been before with the municipality for quite some time. I think there's been ample opportunity for people to provide comments that staff can address or that the applicant could address. I hope that answers those questions.
Yeah, yeah, through you, Deputy Clerk, thank you, Jeff. And as I mentioned, the residents will expand on this a little bit more. I know that they're a little disappointed, I guess, in some of their comments or letters, maybe not getting a response. Like I said, some of the more elderly population, I know that they had handwritten letters directly to the mayor and some of the councillors, providing their phone number because they, like I said, don't have access necessarily to the internet. I know even being rural, internet sometimes isn't the easiest to obtain. So I know that a number of those residents did take a lot of time in writing letters and providing comments, and they felt that they were a little bit discouraged and disappointed in the lack of response to that, which is why they were hopeful that if there was a public meeting, it would hopefully be in person, or that possibly there would even be more than one public meeting so that they could have their voices heard. But as I said, those residents will have also made delegations to speak today, and they will expand on their concerns with that later in the public meeting.
Okay, thank you, Marnie. And for that, I will say that I did try to answer as many emails as I possibly could. I don't have enough time to answer handwritten letters, so I apologize to those people who did do handwritten letters, but emails, I did often respond on behalf of all of council and hit reply all. This was a fluid process. Some of those comments started coming in a year ago, and as we can see, the applicant through some of the comments has made some changes. So I was encouraging council to wait to today's meeting, the public meeting, where we had the final application and knew what we were talking about. Because for instance, back to the docking issue, we could spend a whole lot of time talking about boat capacity and lake capacity studies and all of that. But if there's no docks permitted, so my attitude was always wait and see for today's meeting. I also met in person with two of the members of Grass Lake, Friends of Grass Lake, and spoke to them on the phone as well. And therefore, knowing that they'd hired a planner such as yourselves and representing DM Wills, that I would funnel the conversation mainly through either yourself or through them. So that is why I did not answer every individual email or letter. I'll take that on. I'm going to open up the floor to the rest of council to see if there's any questions to Ms. Saunders. Chris, you're next.
Sorry, I just wanted to add on one more point just about the docking facility in the environmental protection exception zone. It does, we do have the wording in there that other similar passive use, which provides the preservation management of the natural resources, excluding building and structures. So it won't permit dock facilities or marine facilities within the shoreline.
Okay. So questions from councillors to, okay, Jeff?
Sorry, and I just wanted to elaborate on that because I think we want to make it clear that docks will not be permitted or marine facilities will not be permitted on site. So the standard environmental protection zone in our zoning bylaw includes a marine facility as a permitted use. So in this exception zone that's provided for council consideration today, a marine facility is not provided as a permitted use. So that it's been excluded as a permitted use. So I just want to clarify that.
No, I think that's very important to make sure that's what the purpose of today, make sure everything is clear. Okay, councillors, I have two councillors who have their cameras off. So if you do wish to speak, just turn your camera on. It's okay to keep it off. You may be saving or have bandwidth issues. Any questions from other councillors to either Mr. Usher or our staff or Ms. Saunders? I don't see any hands at this point. So, Marnie, is there anything else you want to add before we put you back to an attendee and we'll open it up to the floor for the long list of people wishing to speak.
No, that's all the comments I have today. I just want to say thank you to council for their time and staff and the applicant as well.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your submission as well. Okay, so at this point, we will start if everyone's okay. I know with the technical difficulty, we didn't get much of a break here at Dysart, but what I'm going to propose, and I'm going to look to council before we do that, is that we, try to go to about the 10 to 12 mark with comments, and then we're going to need to take about a little bit of a break. Like I say, our break was a scramble in here at the office, so we didn't get a break to get anything to eat. So is everybody okay if we just keep going and open it up to the floor? So we're going to bring in the first speaker, and I believe it's Lauren Ernst, who's going to be speaking. I'm going to remind all speakers that they do have that 5-minute of speaking time. And again, I'll do the raise hand with that means it's at the 4 minute and 30 seconds. And at this, and I'm going to, members of the public committee, we will just hold our thoughts till everyone's had their time to speak. So welcome, Lauren.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you, Mayor Roberts, esteemed council, and our amazing community for being on the line today. I'm going to keep it short and sweet because I know I've got a lot of eager community members that want to share some thoughts, but a little bit about myself. So as I said, my name is Lauren. I moved to this incredible community with my husband, Tom, and our 7-year-old daughter, Senna, back in December. About 3 years ago, we bought our now forever home as a cottage. And during COVID, when every topic was on the table and up for discussion, we decided to move our family from Baden, Ontario to Haliburton. And we live directly across from the proposed land changes. So I just wanted to speak first on, what makes this community so incredible and make one point before I throw it over to my amazing community members. So, I mean, the thing that brought us to Haliburton in the very, very first place was this epic community, a community of openness, a community really based in nature and valuing what it has to offer. And so, when it's the middle of the summer, being able to walk down to Penny Lane and pick my daughter up off the bus, knowing that the street that we've chosen is nice and quiet and remote and safe, and walking her to and from the bus, only to, jump in the lake like I know so many of us do, or skate on it in the wintertime. So just having a street that we know is safe for children. There's incredible neighbors 4 doors down from us that also have a 7-year-old daughter like ours and a 3-year-old son. So this is definitely a community of, folks that are moving to this incredible town to just get more for their family. The only other thing that I wanted to mention was one of the things that I love most, not only about Haliburton, not only about the province, but about Canada in particular, is that we live in a democracy. We're all able to speak freely, come together in meetings like this, protest, band together, celebrate the incredible land in which we live. And when you have hundreds of concerned community members, over 900 signatures on petitions, written letters, folks coming forward like the incredible Miss Saunders to speak on our behalf, changing in the land and how this is sort of negatively going to impact this community, in particular, this road, I would expect that on the other side of the ledger, you would have more folks in favor. And unfortunately, in this particular situation, I'm not aware of the number of folks coming forward in favor of. So that in itself is a bit disheartening. and not the way that we handle any other topic of concern in this incredible community of Haliburton or in Ontario or in Canada. So I just wanted to start there and thank you again for having me. It's amazing to be a part of this community in such a short period of time and being involved in this way. And yeah, I want to throw it over to all the amazing community members that are in line to speak this morning.
Thank you so much for your comments and your enthusiasm on being a resident here in Haliburton County and Dysart. So welcome.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. Okay, we will turn to our next speaker, which I believe is Adele Atkinson. Be brought in. Good morning, Adele.
Good morning.
Floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So good morning, Madam Mayor and the councillors of Dysart et al., friends and members of the public. I really want to thank you for the opportunity to address council this morning about the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment of the lands of Harbour Holdings Limited on Grass Lake. So my name is Dr. Adele Atkinson, and I have the privilege of being a part of the Haliburton community for over 20 years. I speak today on behalf of my husband, Dr. Mark Feldman, and myself in my comments this morning. I'm a physician and associate chair at the Hospital for Sick Children in Toronto, and my husband is also a physician at the Hospital for Sick Children, and as of the last year, also in the town of Haliburton, where he provides mental health care through the Point in Time Youth Hub, a job he absolutely loves. We currently spend just under 50% of our time living in this community, with the intention to increase that in the next few years and provide more clinical care. Haliburton and the municipality of Dysart is a very special place, as you know, and as Lauren already mentioned. In addition to being the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe peoples, it is also a place where we as a family have really gained so much. And we want to continue through our citizenship and our professional skills as physicians to give back. As I reflect on my motivation to speak today, as politics other than that in the context of a hospital is not something I typically engage in, and I do apologize for my very messy background in office in the hospital, it is really to celebrate Haliburton and Dysart et al. It is a place where more and more people want to live, and we want to support the growth and development of this community while ensuring that we continue to be responsible for the planning of this growth, meeting the goals of our growing community while responsibly managing the environment. The beauty of this land and the environment we enjoy is one of the major reasons that people choose to come here, and as such is one of the top sources of revenue for our community. This particular area on Grass Lake has changed in the 20 years that we have lived here, unfortunately without input early on from experts, such as you can no longer kayak or canoe, as we did with our children, around a small island that juts out from the shore because it has been filled in. We believe that the current proposal for 88 condominiums will continue to affect the environment, the shoreline, and the habitat in a negative way, while also exceeding the recreational capacity of Grass Lake, which has been officially determined previously and which has already been mentioned today. While I understand that docks will not be allowed, for those of us who know the area well, this is a concern about creep, as all of these condominiums are technically really almost waterfront properties. What has attracted us to live almost 50% of the time in Haliburton currently, with a plan to live here more in the coming years, and for my husband to start a clinic at the Point in Time Youth Hub, offering critical mental health services to children and youth across the entire county, and for me to start planning to do some clinical work in Haliburton in the coming years, is the fact that the official plan by this council aligned with our own values. That being to enhance and preserve those environmental qualities which contribute to the attraction of this municipality. Indeed, the official plan also contributes to local efforts around climate change, which we all know affects the health of us all, and we worry that this project is not in line with those values. This past Tuesday morning, my husband, in his role as president of the Canadian Pediatric Society, presented to the House of Commons Federal Standing Committee on Health. He was advocating for a federal commitment to mental health transfer payments to the provinces, specifically to communities in need like ours. And he used the point in time youth hub in Haliburton as a model that works. Our community was front and center in this national discussion. The provincial ministers listened and asked questions. It got their attention. During the last few years, more and more good people, like many of our friends and colleagues, are looking to come to communities such as this, to call it a place that is home, a place to give back in many ways, including medicine. But people are savvy, and when they look for communities to contribute to, move their families to, they need it to align with their values. I worry we will lose those potential future residents and skilled workers, including physicians, who could make a difference in our community and provide much needed services. When Mark and I were approached by a recruiter to consider working here, we were delighted. We love this place and the values we have seen over the last 20 years. Section 5 of the official plan allows a municipality to put further restrictions on the use of sensitive lands, which we believe this land is. We would request that the municipality do so, thereby protecting lake capacity and water resources, and encourage council to take the time to thoroughly explore the plan and its ripple effects on the environment before making a decision that cannot be reversed.
Thank you, Adele.
Time?
Yes, and so
Thank
if
you.
there's anything you didn't have time to say, it is still permitted. The planning department will receive it in writing. I really appreciate your being here today, and also your thank you to you and your husband for your commitment to the health community here and our health needs, which are we desperately need doctors, particularly the mental health issues. So thank you for that. And
Thank you.
Feel free
Thanks
to
for your
submit
time.
anything in writing. Thank you. Okay, next we're going to bring in Jody Curry. Just wait till I can.
I can see you. Can you see me?
I don't have your video, but we do have your audio.
Okay, that's
So if
great.
are you okay with just being on audio, or did you
Sure,
want
sure.
put your
Yep.
video? Okay, so go ahead, begin.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. We've talked about this issue for many years. I'm here as president of Places for People in Haliburton Highlands. We create and manage quality, affordable rental housing. And I know that I don't need to go into lots of detail regarding the current critical shortage of housing in the county. We all know someone or somebody's kids that can't find a place to rent, cannot afford to buy a place at the current market prices. There's lots of adults sharing accommodation because they have no choice. We're losing professionals because they have no places to move to. It's a huge problem for people, for individuals and families that want to live here or continue to live in our community. Paul Wilson of Harburn Holdings committed to giving Places for People one of the parcels that we've looked at today. That parcel, in our mind, will allow us to create up to 15 units of rental housing. We're not being bribed by this commitment as we've been accused. Our board has faith in the planning process. I don't need to explain the process to you. I know you're all familiar with it. It's been well explained today. We're happy that all aspects of the development, as covered in the OP, are considered, be they environmental, economic, social, or otherwise. Numerous input is received from individuals, agencies, and various levels of government. This has been explained very well by previous speakers, so I don't need to go any further on that. We here at Places for People are not qualified experts in any of these areas. We're grateful that the process requires qualified individuals to study and author reports that contain facts based on science. Those studies are required to be peer-reviewed. Qualified individuals have the right to refute those studies with facts. Thank goodness that we all live in Canada, where the needs of competing interests are allowed to be expressed, and that most people choose to express themselves respectfully. If this proposal is approved, new housing opportunities will be made available to the community, and Places for People will be very happy to comply with any and all conditions imposed by you and other powers that be on this property. Our priority is seeing that people are provided with opportunities to live and thrive here in Haliburton County. So that's what we do. We focus on places for people. So if this proposal meets all the tests that are required and the dueling planners, you know, come to some resolution, I hope you will go ahead and approve the application. Having said that, we don't want to build on anything that's going to cause any environmental damage, but we will be thrilled to build, to have a piece of property donated to us that's going to help the housing, ease the housing situation. My second comment is a little more personal. I'm a ratepayer and a full-time resident of Dysart for over 44 years now. Years ago, I sat in Jeff's chair, Jeff Isles's chair. I processed development applications while also administering the general welfare system. I would not have been able to perform my job or any other job without a place to rent. I was young. I was single. I am so grateful that there were numerous rental opportunities for me to consider, as that allowed me to make a life here in Haliburton and become part of a fantastic community, meet a great man, and raise a family. We need rental accommodation. We do. So there were disagreements about development applications back then too, but I don't recall people stooping to the levels that they do today. I've really been saddened and disappointed by personal attacks and false accusations made against people, the developer, politicians, etc., against people that are trying to do what they feel is best for the community. It's appalling that people and groups believe they have the right to publicly make false allegations against others in the community simply because they disagree with another's point of view. So I will finalize by saying we're lucky to live in Canada. Let's do this debate respectfully. Thank goodness it's been wonderful today. It hasn't been wonderful in the newspaper. Thank you.
Thank you, Jody, for your comments, and thank you very much. We will take those all into consideration at each one. Just looking at the time, we will bring in our next speaker, who is Amy Fillion.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Amy, thank you. Thank you for
Thank you.
participating today. So
No,
go
thank you.
ahead.
Thank you for having me. So my name is Dr. Aimee Fillion. I'm the owner and operator of Haliburton Veterinary Services, which is located at 1014 Peninsula Road, which is just across the road from the proposed development. I have been a member of this community for 10 years, going on 11 years. And my concern, although I fully support Friends of Grass Lake and all the proposed concerns with the environment, my discussion today is going to focus more on the effects that the development will have on my well. While I respect the fact that people have the right to try and develop their property as they see fit, so long as they are abiding by the rules and regulations that are set out by the municipality and by the county, I do not feel that that development should impact the neighbors. There was a mention earlier on today that, you know, the feasibility study of the well was deemed appropriate and fine. In my opinion, it is not fine. The feasibility study did not pass. My well has been in place for over 30 years, and we have never once had a problem until the study happened, at which point I was drawing in water the consistency of mud. And then I had to change my filter daily. And then as soon as the testing was done, the problem went away. And yet I was brushed off by the people performing the study that the issue arose because, and I quote, rust had been knocked into my well when they were inserting the equipment. Knocking a little bit of rust in my well would not cause the water to be muddy for days, to the point where I could barely get water into my building. I provide a service to this community, and I service thousands of animals every single year to provide both basic wellness, medicine and surgery, as well as an emergency service for when animals are hit by a car or drowning or any other number of items. And I can tell you, I cannot provide that service without water. Paul Wilson responded to my concerns with a letter stating that, and I'm paraphrasing here, that any issues would be dealt with in the future. Well, that does not provide me with much comfort, because if my well is not working, I cannot make my business work. I also have a tenant in the building who currently is myself, and I would like some running water that I can use to shower and drink at the end of the day. And so my concern is with the well, that it is not passed a feasibility study, in my opinion.
Okay, is that complete,
That's
Amy?
it.
Yeah, so
That's
as I mentioned, we're not going to take do comments right now, but at the end, so you may still want to be listening into that one later.
Sure.
Now that said, I'll apologize. I said I wouldn't do comments to from councillors, but if the planner wanted to respond to that now, they could, or they want to hold that till the end. We hear all the public comments. I'll leave that with Mr. Usher. Did you want to respond now, Mr. Usher, or did you want to?
Well, the only thing I'm happy to leave things to the end, but perhaps in this case, because it's specifically a concern of Dr. Fillion's, maybe it's better I respond now, especially if this goes on for a long time and Dr.
I think so.
has other important things to do. So I'll just make the comment that this was addressed in a letter of December 8, 21, and Harbour made a couple of specific commitments in that letter. I am taking for granted that Dr. Fillion has seen that, but if not,
I actually responded to that letter.
I am not sure I have that response, but let's sort that out after the meeting. I think, first of all, I think Dr. Fillion, if you have a letter, further letter, please send it to me. And we are more than prepared to sit down and talk with you directly to try to sort out this problem. The letter was sent, the letter was not sent, the letter of December 8th, 21 was posted, and I haven't heard anything further about this particular issue since then, back from you, and I think it's incumbent on us to try to sort it out directly.
Okay. So we'll.
But at the same time, like anything that has to do with damaging my business and damaging my ability to practice, I am not going to be okay with.
Absolutely. So we will leave it with Mr. Usher and you to contact each other, because this is a one-of with one particular, it's not of a general nature for a planning issue. I do have Jeff Files wanting to make a comment there.
Yeah, just given we were having discussion on this topic right now, I thought I'd weigh in if I may. Well, I think most concerns received to date have been resolved during the last year. However, drinking water does remain a concern on a couple lots, and this is still a concern. So to address these concerns, staff have recommended that holding provisions be applied. This will require further studies at a later date prior to development to ensure both quality and quantity of water, and ensure that this water does not impact adjacent uses. So there's been hydro-G studies provided to date. If this does go forward prior to development, as a condition prior to through the site plan agreement process, we will require updated hydro-G studies.
Okay, thank you for that addition, Jeff. Okay, thank you, Amy, and we'll leave it that Mr. Usher and you will be in contact regarding any communication that was missed or sent or not sent, and discuss, and thank you for participating today.
Thank you. And you guys should have the letter. I did send it to Chris or Stan, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you for that. We next have, I think John Cowan is next. Oh, okay. Should know that.
Hello,
Hey, good morning, Mr. Cowan. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for this opportunity, albeit rushed. I want to introduce myself. I'm a retired professional engineer, a part-time year-round resident on Grass Lake Road. And actually, I was full-time during the pandemic. I've been on Grass Lake Road for 18 years and in the backwoods for 28 years before that. And I value a clean environment. That was my career, actually, in energy conservation. And I understand the need for housing in Halliburton, but the official plan regarding recreational capacity, which has already been discussed a little bit, says no new lot will be permitted where the number of lots exceed capacity. Well, there are 72 lots on Grass Lake. Pardon me, am I screen sharing now?
You were not. At this point, I just still see you.
Oh, okay. Let me figure out why that's not working. There we go. All right, so now we get to the main point here, that there are 72 lots already, but the lake has the capacity for 41. So the official plan basically mandates that no new lots would be built on Grass Lake. But the question arises, are the proposed new lots actually on the lake? So here's my lot. In springtime, there's water at my high water mark here with the yellow arrow, but not the rest of the year, as you can see the picture taken yesterday. And you're not surely trying to tell me that I'm not on the lake. I'm at the high water mark. So lots at the high water mark are on the lake, no matter how shallow or vegetated the water, or what the current water level is, or who claims supposed ownership of the lake. So the proposed lots are at the high water mark and therefore on the lake. And the applicant claims that the lots have no water access because of the wetlands. Well, that's not true. Have you heard the old expression, where there's a will, there's a way? When people pay big money for a residence near the water, they will find a way sooner or later to access the water. And the common solution, like I have, is a long ramp out to a floating dock in the water. It's fantasy to think there won't be several docks or waterside decks with access ramps. They will attract boats to an already overcrowded lake and threaten the wildlife. And someday we'll have maybe 4 docks, maybe more. I've put in black here where there might be access, the shortest route to the water. So stick with the official plan. No new development on overcapacity lakes, or invite similar pressure on the 37 other Dysart overcapacity lakes. And if you're going to have residential property at the high water mark, you will have docks sooner or later, unless the docks are enforceably forbidden. Now, I've heard the staff say that the bylaw forbids the docks, the draft bylaw. But I see no explicit prohibition of the docks. Did I miss it? It's somehow written somewhat vague way in the terminology. I believe all 4 lots should explicitly prohibit docks, waterside decks, and access paths or structures beyond the high water mark. Better still, deny the application because the lake is over capacity already. And there are a few more reasons to possibly deny the application. 15 years from now, who's going to be around to make sure, who's going to check that the runoff management is functioning as planned, or that there are no docks, or that there's no maintenance going on in the supposed no maintenance zone that the applicant has claimed? And lake residents already use the ice as a snowmobile route to school right past my house or to town. New residents at the wetlands will compact the wetland snow and alter its ecosystem. So it's time to do the right thing, adhere to the official plan by denying the Grass Lake, new lots on Grass Lake. Thank you for hearing my views.
Okay, thank you for your submission, Mr. Cowan. Because you specifically referenced a few things to do with our planners, I would just like to see if Jeff or Chris want to speak to that.
Thank you. Just noting the point in the draft bylaw, we do, as earlier mentioned, that docks will not be permitted. This is further reflected in the EP area, which will cross in front of all of those severance 1, 2, and 3. The retained land will have incorporated into that. So those lands would not be able to cross the retained land, and B, would not be permitted through the environmental protection area anyways. So docks are not permitted within that low line area at all. Just wanted to confirm that. Jeff, if you have anything else to add to that.
If I could add anything, and we're referring to section 5.2.3 of the official plan, which does note that Grass Lake is a lake at recreational carrying capacity. There is some flexibility provided to council if council feels this way. If council is of the opinion that the contemplated development will add to existing recreational stresses, and when I say recreational, it's fishing, swimming, boating, council can request a boating capacity study. Staff are not recommending that. Staff are of the opinion that the proposal will not create those additional impacts, but it does provide council that flexibility if they do want to go that route.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. I just want to note too, and we see it here at council, the odd time there's a zoning infraction. And so what happens in that case is we have a bylaw officer. So if in the event 10 years from now or 15 years from now, and none of us are here to talk about this file, and it seems like a long time in the history, and someone tries to go put a dock out through what your little sketch that you showed right over that wetland, that is an infraction and would be enforced by our bylaw enforcement officer.
Pardon me, but I didn't see explicit reference to a prohibition of docks.
It is because it's in the EP zone, but Jeff.
No.
Yes, thank you. And that's all I was going to mention. If we would like to specifically clarify that no docks are permitted, we can do that. But they are not permitted because it's not specifically listed as a permitted use.
Buildings are prohibited, but not other things like docks.
Docks are considered structures which are within the realm of the bylaw, which is prohibiting those structures within the EP area.
I'm not sure I'd read that in the bylaw 15 years from now when I find a dock coming in.
Okay, so we'll clarify the language because I think it is important also for all of council to note that's what the developer is saying, and the application is saying. We want to clarify that the intent is there in clear writing. Jeff.
Just because I think this matter might come up again, the bylaw is read. So if you look in the environmental zone before permitted uses, it says no person shall use any lot or construct or use any structure for the purpose except for a use shown by an X. So a marine facility has not been included as a permitted use in that EP zone. So while I can understand Mr. Cowan's concerns, it is not proposed as a permitted use.
Okay. So thank you, Mr. Cowan, for your presentation. It is 12 o'clock. And like I said, we did not, or 11:57, but we did not get a, Mallory?
Sorry, Mayor Roberts, our next speaker has an appointment to get to. Is it okay to just do one more?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, we absolutely can. I'm just trying to think of everybody and our time. So absolutely. Let's bring in Linda Harrison. Thank you. I wish time would permit that we could just go rolling straight through and have everybody, but like I say, we didn't get a break here at all. We were scrambling. Welcome, Linda.
Hi there. Good morning to the mayor and all the councilors and to the public. I'm not used to joining these types of meetings, so I appreciate the time. Unfortunately, I do have an appointment. I did not think this would be 3 hours. I just want to say I've been a resident and a cottager of Haliburton my whole life. My parents had a cottage in Kashagwigmog, They retired to Halliburton. I bought a cottage on Grass Lake with my husband about 7 years ago. Halliburton's a great place, and we were attracted to Halliburton because of the beautiful nature, the people, the beautiful lakes, which is really important. We want to go to Halliburton to get away from condos. We do not want to look across the lake at condos. I really think that this changing the official plan is a really bad idea. Yes, we have a terrible housing crisis, not just in Halliburton, but everywhere. There's really hard to find affordable housing. But let's be clear. Do you want affordable housing on lakefront? It's laughable. It really is laughable. Affordable housing should not be on lakefront property. Affordable housing, Halliburton owns the land, the other side of the lake. Build this condo over there. Did you know that 109,000 people signed up on change.com or change.org to save Grace, the turtle? This is not a small number of people. 900 odd people signed against opposing this construction. I have not heard anybody that wants this condo on Grass Lake, other than Places for People, which for obvious reasons want it. But she also said she doesn't want it to be there if it's going to cause environmental problems. What is the vision of Halliburton? I think as councillors, you really have to think, what is your vision? If it doesn't, your vision right now says it supports the protection and enhancement of our natural environment. How are these condos going to enhance our natural environment? It really is a question for you. I have written letters with no response. I've asked questions, no response. I have seen with my own eyes during the nighttime dump trucks. I thought it was boats at one point, but it was lights from dump trucks in the middle of the night dumping stuff across the lake from us. You say that dry areas, that really this filling in the shoreline is not part of the planning process. It absolutely is part of the planning process, because you're taking calculations from the shoreline, which has been altered. Has illegal activity been done? Who knows? Because no one, including myself, thought to phone the police. Maybe I should have. Yeah, it's an emotional thing, but we bought a cottage with intent to moving there. At this point, looking across the lake towards condos is not my idea what I bought our cottage for. And when Chris talked about earlier about the neighbors, Chris mentions the veterinarian clinic, he mentions the motel, he mentions Tim Hortons. They are not on the lake. They are not on a overcapacity lake. So I just think you have to think the official plan. When the official plan was put into place, it was designated as environmental protection. So we're going to go for an environmental protection to commercial. Wow. It just seems too much for me. So I am totally against this changing the official plan, changing the zoning, and really we haven't had no consultation. We have had no public input. Honestly, I'm very disheartened that this committee has just seemed to push things through. And actually my neighbors have said to me, there's no point writing letters. There's no point complaining. It's a done deal.
Yeah.
I really hope that's not true. Anyways, thank you for your time. And I really hope that you really think about the future and what values that you want Halliburton to to look about. And I'm all for construction, but just not on the lakefront. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Linda. Thank you for your submission and for your speaking at today's meeting. I do think the applicant may want to, first of all, we're only talking about this piece of property, not a piece of property anywhere else or anywhere else you may think the applicant may or may not own. So we're only speaking to, we don't talk about where you think something else should go. We're just referring to this piece of property today. So I'll just leave it at that unless the applicant wants to speak to that at all. Mr. Usher.
Madam Mayor, I'm content to, I think you've made the point about we're only talking about this piece of.
Okay. Yes. So with that, I am going to take, it's going to be short, but we'll do a 20-minute recess, if that's okay with councillors. And so the members of the public, the person I have next is Patty Tallman. I apologize to all the people waiting in the wings. I did think this meeting would be a long one, and we want to give everybody due course. And there's no such thing as a done deal. This is open and transparent government. So everybody will get their turn. It's just gonna, like I said, at the beginning of the meeting, there is no end time other than, we're not ordering in dinner. So with that, we're going to take a 20-minute recess and we will reconvene at 10:25. And Paul and Tony, if you could turn off your video, and we'll all be back at our computers at 10:25. Thank you. Okay, so we are back to our meeting after our quick break. And just of note, Councillor Wood Roberts is sitting beside me here. So she had some technical difficulties at home. So she's here in the office. So the first next speaker we have is Patty Tallman. And so we're just bringing her in now. Good morning, Patty.
Good morning, Mayor Roberts, and good morning, council and staff as well, and Paul. I just wanted to provide this letter of support towards this initiative. I think it's a very important step forward in housing and creating the ability for people to come here and stay here, live here. So I just wanted to read the letter that I had submitted to everybody. The Haliburton County Development Corporation has reviewed the conceptual plan for the development of 88 residential units on Peninsula Road in Haliburton. HCDC has provided this letter of support to the proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for a future housing development. We understand Mr. Wilson has acquired consultant prepared archaeological, ecological, and hydrogeological studies completed for the purpose for the proposed development in an effort to responsibly develop the lands. These studies include specific requirements to addressing environmental factors, of a lot of which have been talked about today, such as in areas that are to be reforested. I trust the municipality of Dysart has reviewed and found these studies and requirements more than adequate to ensure the development of these lands, the lakes, and protected properties. With the major housing shortage in Haliburton County, the HCDC has assisted in the development of many housing studies over the years. HCDC actively works with and facilitates discussions relating to addressing the housing shortage. The context of this project encompasses some of our strategic priorities, including encouraging and supporting new initiatives in business and community economic development that have a strong potential to create sustainable jobs and attract professionals of all ages to our community, working with municipalities and business associations to assist in creating conditions that will attract new businesses, investigating opportunities and supporting initiatives that will attract investment and partners to create a mix of housing in designated settlement areas and other suitable locations, as well as support the development of opportunities for healthy active living that contribute to the quality of life. The COVID-19 pandemic has impacted Haliburton County, resulting in a significant increase in seasonal and permanent population, and has changed the dynamics and demographic makeup of our communities. Now, with Haliburton County growing faster than the rest of Ontario, manage the change is a challenge. We constantly hear from our community partners, such as the Chamber of Commerce, Haliburton County Homebuilders Association, Fleming College, Fleming Crew, many local businesses and organizations. The lack of housing is a major impediment to not only hiring new staff and attracting professionals, but also retaining staff. The lack of housing is a real problem for the future growth and sustainability of our community. The project of Peninsula Road is consistent with the current county of Haliburton and the municipality of Dysart strategic plans, which encourages to support housing initiatives. As our mission statement indicates, HCDC is a community-driven agency that supports economic development and encourages the development, implementation, and sustainability of initiatives that contribute to job creation, a resilient, vibrant community, and a healthy natural environment. The proposed amendments related to this project will facilitate positive community economic development and help to address the changing needs of our community. We are supportive of the proposed amendments, and it is our hope that the project can proceed and address our housing crisis. It is our belief that Mr. Wilson and his colleagues are setting the stage for the future development of residential area respectful of the environment, the lake, and the neighborhood. I thank you for the opportunity to participate in this public meeting and share our views as the Development Corporation is supportive.
Thank you very much, Patty, for your written letter and your oral submission today. Thank you on behalf of HCDC. Okay, so we'll keep rolling along and bring in our next speaker, which is Kim Roberts.
Good afternoon, Mayor Roberts, members of council. Everybody can see and hear me okay, I'm assuming?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. So thank you very much again to everybody who's attended today. It's been really educational and informational. So my name is Kim Roberts. I am a year-round full-time resident. I live in Ward 2 and I live a few minutes down the road from the proposed development owned by Harbor Holdings. I just want to take a quick second to maybe address something I believe was Ms. Harrison brought up. She doesn't know anybody that supports affordable housing in the lakefront. Hello, my name's Kim. I support that. So I'm here to express my support to council for this zoning bylaw amendment and official plan amendment, as well as any other future applications that are contemplated by Dysart Council or the County of Haliburton to bring this project forward and to fruition. I don't want to get into an analysis of the planning. I think that Mr. Orson has a really well-written planning report, and certainly Mr. Usher's planning justification and the response to the public and peer review comments has provided lots of food for thought for council, and far be it for me to pipe in on that. But it does appear to me generally that the proposal looks like it's compliant with our official plan, the county's official plan, and provincial policy. I don't have to tell council, certainly anybody that read the newspaper this morning, housing is a crisis in Dysart, in the county, and yes, in the province in general. But I think if we don't contemplate development on the scale that Harbor Holdings is proposing here, the municipality won't be in a position to address the need. I've listened to and read all of the submissions of objection, and a lot of them acknowledge that housing is a core need in our community, but they object to the location due to environmental, safety, or aesthetic concerns. And I really do respect and understand those concerns, but I do believe that it's been shown that through mitigation, through development agreements, through the site plan process, through the holding provisions on the zoning bylaw, the environmental concerns, the hydrogeological concerns, those sorts of things can be addressed and can be negated. It is worth noting that the official plans direct this type of development to our settlement areas, and The Halliburton Village settlement area is really constrained. Topography, it's a little steep, environmental features, public road access, access to the sewer connection, which is so important for this type of development. There really are few perfect locations or ideal locations in the Halliburton Village that are free from any constraint or any concern. And if our community will only consider perfect locations, no progress is going to be made on creating more housing units for this community. And so I think it's important that we address that we need a mix of housing options with a range of housing styles and affordability to address our housing shortage in a sustainable fashion. Just as a note, single detached homes are one of the most carbon intensive forms of housing, and increasing density is less resource intensive and more environmentally friendly. And further, when we talk about sustainability, we also have to look at the social impacts of what we're developing. For example, the nation of Lot 1 Places for People helps address the desperate need for affordable housing in our community. And even if it does have a view of the lake, I think that's a wonderful thing to see happen along the County Road 21 corridor. Finally, I don't want to belabor the point, but almost 36% of our population in Dysart as of 2021 is over the age of 65, which is more or less double the average for seniors province-wide. The existing condo developments that we have in Dysart have been a welcome option for many seniors who have chosen to move into those because they don't want to or aren't able to maintain a single detached home with the plowing and the shoveling and all of those sorts of things. And a lot of people want to stay in our community, but given the increasing number of seniors that we're seeing over time, if we're not able to provide adequate safe housing for those people, they're going to have to leave our community, or they're going to be forced to stay in houses that aren't safe for them to stay in any longer. Having a good mix of housing improves availability and affordability, and that's really what we need to help our community grow in a safe, sustainable way. Anyway, for above all of that, for all those reasons, I support this development. I know a number of people who aren't in attendance here today who also support this development, but you always get more naysayers than positive comments at a public meeting. I hope council will see the benefit of this and support an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for this project. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your oral submission. Much appreciated. Okay, so they're all appreciated. Everybody's taking the time out today to comment. So thank you, Kim, for that. We will move to our next speaker, who is Stephen Belanger, and bring him in. Just waiting to, I see the name, but not. Oh, there we go. I was going to say good morning, but I think we're into the afternoon. Good afternoon, Stephen. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Before I start, my partner Karen Guthrie is having trouble with her computer connecting with you guys. So we would like her to be able to use this computer after I finish. That's okay?
Absolutely. Yep, fine.
Okay. So good afternoon, Mayor Roberts, members of council, viewers and participants. My name is Steve Belanger, and I am opposed to this official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for this property. I know I've been cottaging here in Halliburton since my teens and now live here on a full-time basis. Halliburton's beauty, vast wilderness, clean air, pristine lakes, and abundance of fish and wildlife. These attributes and resources are the social and economical backbone of Halliburton. It's what attracts people to visit and live here. Without these important attributes, Halliburton would just be another concrete jungle with chemically treated water and smog-filled skies. The site of this proposed development is totally unsuitable. You're looking at loading up a vital, sensitive wetland with a major housing and commercial development that would no doubt tax the ability of this wetland to effectively effectively filter the runoff to the chain of lakes. This sensitive wetland, the fish and wildlife, along with the lake water quality, will surely be degraded. You can only abuse Mother Nature so much, she will break down and cease to provide us with the necessities for our own existence. There are numerous alternative building sites if you want to look for them. There's a 10-acre parcel on Wonderland Road on sewers owned by the municipality. There's a 100-acre site directly across Highway 21, which is already prepared for building. There's several vacant properties not in business any longer in the Industrial Park Road area. There's numerous places to put housing. It doesn't have to be adjacent to a sensitive wetland. All of these alternatives are non-intrusive to our ecosystem, lake, fish, and wildlife. So why would you want to build in this site and pee in our own pool, so to speak? There will be no doubt safety issues for vehicles and pedestrian traffic. Presently, without this development, there are issues getting out onto Highway 21 already. Just think about adding another 40 or 50 vehicles in the morning trying to make it to work on time. Just getting out of the parking lots onto Peninsula Road will be ridiculous. The added tension, anxiety will certainly cause drivers to take greater risk getting out onto 21 so they can make it to work on time. There will be human casualties because of this. At the very least, proper turning lanes, widening of road, and traffic lights would need to be installed. I know your traffic study says otherwise, but put an extra 40 or 50 vehicles on Peninsula Road trying to get to work on time, and we'll see the real reality. You say we have a housing crisis. This proposed development will definitely provide housing, but it won't be affordable housing, and the majority will be gobbled up by investors looking to make them Airbnbs. This in turn means more pressure to put in docks for boating. This will further damage the sensitive piece of wetland along with the wildlife, fish, spawning beds, and the water quality of the lake. In the end, this development will just bring more outsiders and won't solve your housing crisis. Then we have places for people. Funny how they have showed up on the scene at the 11th hour, being gifted a free lot if these amendments get pushed through. In my opinion, this is merely a ploy to make the deal look sweeter in the eyes of the public, so to fast track these amendments. Just the other day, I called Places for People to get the lowdown on how their affordable housing works. Places for People encompasses the entire Kawartha Lakes region. People to register to get on a list, which is 5 to 10 years long, usually longer. When your number comes up, you take what is offered to you. If not, you are dropped off the list. In reality, the possibility of these housing units being filled with people from Peterborough and Lindsay is very likely. How is this going to help Halliburton's housing crisis? It looks good on paper, but in reality, it only brings more outsiders instead of housing our own residents. I was also informed by Places for People that there are plenty of rental spots in Halliburton, but the landlords are fed up of being ripped off for their rent or having their properties destroyed by low-life renters. Those were her words, not mine. It sounds like we have enough rental opportunities here, just not enough responsible renters. I do agree we could use some housing for professionals. Pardon?
Sorry, that is your, I had my hand up at the 4-minute, and that is the 5-minute mark there. So I will have to, if you want to, as I said to the someone earlier today, if you want to continue and weren't able to complete what you wanted to say in that time, you're welcome to enter another written submission. So we will turn to Karen, and is she there? Is she able to just sort of slide the computer over? Absolutely. Okay. Yep. Okay.
Hi, sorry, I was having some issues on my computer. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of council. My name is Karen Guthrie. I'm a homeowner on Peninsula Road. I've taken the day off work to attend this meeting. First, I'd like to say, how did we get to this point? Over 15 years ago, residents were extremely concerned about the clearing of bush, burning of tires, filling in of the wetlands, and the total disregard to the environment on this site. Their questions and concerns fell on deaf ears, and now here we are trying to correct a wrong. The proponent has over many years, seemingly without restriction, dumped truckloads of fill in the inner wetland portions of this property, cleared out all undergrowth through the entire property, and removed many of the trees. How is this respecting our treasured environment? How do these actions demonstrate responsible stewardship of the Grass Lake ecosystem by the developer? Our wetlands are an important part of Grass Lake, which is an integral part of the 5-lake chain of Kashega-Wigamog. They have crucial benefits to this chain of lakes. Why would we compromise them? In Dysart's official plan, it states, proceed only where any affected lakes have capacity for additional development and not exceed the capacity of the lake to accommodate development. Tiny shallow Grass Lake is already exceeding its recreational capacity by 170%. How can council justify adding 88 residences to an overcapacity lake and allowing recreational capacity to soar to a flabbergasting 280%? It can't be justified. 5 years ago, we built our retirement home on Peninsula Road. Part of the reason we chose Peninsula Road was the fact that the existing lakes and rivers designation on the said property does not permit docks or any other structures. 3 generations of homeowners have also chosen this road for that very reason. Why change it if it's meant to protect the wetlands? Runoff from parking lots and clearing of more bush will not allow these wetlands to do their job. I am strongly opposed to this zoning bylaw amendment, as it will only bring a future of devastation to our lakes. It's been 15 years, but it's not too late to correct a wrong. Make the right decision by not voting for this zoning bylaw amendment. Please listen to the people. Get it right or regret it forever. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Karen, for your submission and for taking the day off work as well. I know a lot of people have made a commitment to be here today for this meeting, to be either listening or presenting. So thank you for that. All right, I'm looking at my list, and I believe Carolyn Langdon is our next speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Carolyn Langdon. I speak for my family when I say that we are appalled by the application before council, not solely because the site is on Grass Lake, close to my family home, but because I think that as a community, we can do better. Councillors, can you stand before us today and guarantee that a large condo development shoehorned onto a narrow strip of land won't imperil one of the last remaining wetlands in the town of Haliburton? Yes, Harborne Holdings has completed the required environmental impact statement, but the criteria for these types of studies are based on old science and outdated thinking. We know this because smart people in Simcoe are working on a blue belt designation, and the Trent Lakes are now very strict about development. It is not too late for you to decline this application. How? You can use the discretion that is afforded to you through provincial policy and your own official plan. Point 1, as long as you allocate zoning for housing and commercial development, which the official plan does, you don't have to take this radical step of changing the plan and the bylaw to accommodate this application. Other speakers have talked today about more suitable lands already zoned and included in the official plan. Point 2, in 2017, the architects of the official plan zoned this site environmental protection and rural to protect the natural feature of the wetland, a directive that provincial policy grants to local authorities. Why would you want to give this up? Point 3, the proposed severance is disingenuous and no one is buying the tale that the proposed new lots are not on waterfront. The lots front the high water mark, for heaven's sake, and contaminants recognize no arbitrary lot boundaries as they flow to the lowest point. Going forward with this severance plan will just encourage other developers to propose the same workaround on other lakes over capacity in the county. Is this what you want to trigger? Point 4, Grass Lake is over capacity and is part of a lake trout chain of lakes. You do not need to entertain new lot creation on one of the most developed lakes in the township. Yes, the site has municipal sewer, but that only partially satisfies one of the 4 criteria. I'm going to skip ahead to the 4th criteria, which is the lake tropic state. And then this is a study which has not been undertaken by the applicant, and you can request this study. And these are arguments that you can morally justify to yourself to say no to these new lots. Point 5, let's talk about wake, since it's been in the media again, boat wake, since it's been in the media again lately. We agree that it's not in Dysart's control to prevent boat wake damage, but you can prevent more boats by saying no to any new lots.
Oh, Carolyn just froze. Carolyn?
I'll stop my video.
Yes, and I'll grant you more time. You froze for a little bit there. You just carry on.
Yeah, and I'm speaking solely because I've just finished dental surgery. So
oh gosh.
I appreciate, yes, okay, how's that?
Excellent.
So what's to prevent Airbnb visitors from bringing their rented jet skis through the marsh to berth on shore? Nothing. Point 7, has the township any immediate plans for a municipal water supply? And if not, have you undertaken a source protection plan for the village? The responsibility.
Carolyn, your audio now just cut out.
So can you hear me now?
Yes, and it was regarding the town. Has the town undertaken a water supply and a source protection? If you can pick up from there.
Okay, so 2 of the proposed lots has failed to demonstrate that there is sufficient water, and the responsibility is shifted to the new owners who may be stuck with a lot that is not developable. Surely council understands that this creates a buyer beware scenario. Point 8, we have seen no evidence that the town sanitary sewer has sufficient capacity. Harbor and Holdings has stated that Dysart staff has set aside capacity for this project. Incoming Mayor Murray Ferry has publicly stated that the sewers need to be improved for all of the housing projects that are on the drawing board. What makes this project so superior that staff has accorded it special treatment? Point 9, all residents deserve quality of life and access to green space and healthy waterways. The township has no budget to buy additional parkland, but no worries. According to the official plan, the keystone of Dysart's recreational strategy is the recreational opportunities afforded by its many lakes. Would it not follow then that any changes to the official plan, and in particular the critical role of wetlands, needs to be made in consideration of the rights of all residents of Dysart to the healthy enjoyment of local waters, and not just the needs of waterfront.
Carolyn, you got about 10 seconds.
And not just the needs of waterfront property owners, Airbnb visitors, and waterfront developers. The needs of all people, even those not living on waterfront, their rights and needs should be championed. In declining this application, you will take a big step in making real a vision of a green and livable community that includes all residents, including those who reside within the settlement area.
Okay, thank you, Karen.
Establishing a dangerous
Carolyn, time. Sorry, I've given you about a minute and a half extra, so due to the technicality. So I am going to call you on time there. And again, if you want it, I believe you were wrapping up, but if you feel you were not heard and you want to submit more, you may. I'm actually, there was a couple things in there that I'm going to look to staff or the planner if they want to address those now. And if not, we'll continue with speakers. Regarding our sewer capacity, regarding EIS is based on old science, or do we want to hold that till the end? So to either plan our Dysart staff or the planner, Tony Escher. Be comfortable carrying on? Jeff, do you want to speak to that?
Yes, thank you. I'm happy to address the sewage treatment capacity. The Public Works Department and Clearford, who is the company that maintains our sewer lines and the sewage treatment plant, have provided and confirmed that there is sufficient capacity at the sewage treatment plant. As per the official plan, holding provisions are being recommended today to ensure that at the time of development, there still is sewage capacity at the treatment plant. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer those.
No, I just wanted that brought forward to confirm. Anything from the planner you want to carry on? Anything that was said there? No. Okay, so we will continue with the next speaker. I believe is Catherine Swift.
Okay, I think you should be able to hear me.
Yes, we can.
Yep. Okay, good afternoon. My name's Catherine Swift. I've been a property owner on Grass Lake for almost 20 years now. Been active in the community as a volunteer, notably on wildlife related things because they were dear to my heart, such as the Turtle Mitigation Project for a few years and loon monitoring and so on. I'm also happy to regularly contribute to a lot of different local charities over the years. A number of things, I'm going to compact a few things I was going to say just because they have been addressed earlier in the interest of time. I just want to briefly note that I do think the process is lacking in a number of respects on this application. Some of it's been said before, having only a virtual meeting has excluded a number of people. I think it also reduces the accountability of politicians to not have something in person. We could have had a hybrid meeting, for example, which could have fulfilled the needs, I think, much better. The other thing is in the past few days, we've received literally hundreds of pages of reports, plus a traffic study review. And the notion that anyone can make sense of all of this information in just a few days is quite ridiculous. The fact that we got all this information so late, and from others, somebody alluded to this earlier, I can't remember who it was, but there is a big presumption that the fix is in on this proposal, and that frankly, any feedback you're going to get today or these hundreds of pages of information that have all been dumped in the last few days don't really matter because the decision's already been made, and that's pretty disheartening, and it's a real undermining of the process. And I don't think anyone's mentioned yet, this is the largest residential development proposal that has ever been contemplated in the municipality and even the county. It's very important to get this one right and take the time to do so. I know the issue of trees has already been mentioned, so once again, I'll shorten up what I was going to say, but I don't think the importance of trees can be underestimated. They're such a huge contributor to our environment, pumping oxygen into the air, becoming carbon sinks, reducing greenhouse gases, preventing soil erosion, water pollution, and so on. And just like wetlands in general, the more we learn about these things, the more we see how incredibly valuable they are. And we know that, as has been mentioned, a significant number of trees have already been removed from this property. We've confirmed with the Haliburton County officials that no permit was ever requested or granted for the removal of all of these trees. There was a tree removal bylaw in place at the time, County of Haliburton Tree Harvesting Bylaw 3196 as of 2008. As someone else said earlier, we all saw heavy equipment over there in the middle of the night, which didn't give confidence that something above board was going on, I must say. Why was this happening in the middle of the night? And when the trees were removed, a number of residents made complaints to Dysart, and they never received the decency of a reply. So that was pretty disappointing as well. I might also add, Mr. Usher said earlier that he hadn't received communications from a number of us, but I just want to add that we're all volunteers. We're not being paid for what we're doing. In fact, we've all anteed up some of our own money to oppose this application. So unfortunately, we had to prioritize our time as best we could because it was scarce. On the tree issue, just to wind it up, some recent inquiries we've made have received the feedback that as the removal happened a number of years ago, there's really nothing that can be done about it now. And of course, going forward, many more trees will need to be removed if the property is developed. And residents close to the property have also noted the grass continues to be cut on a significant portion of the property around the pond, something that we are led to believe shouldn't be taking place because of the 30-meter setback rules. And the municipality continues to maintain, and this has come out earlier today, the number one priority is the environment. And your own official plan states that. And it makes a lot of sense because without the natural beauty of this area, there would be no economy and no jobs. A project as large and disruptive as the Harbour Holdings proposal can't be seen as consistent with this goal. And we all understand the need for housing, but the trade-offs inherent in this project are simply too great. To conclude, what we always hear from supporters of this development is that there will be sufficient mitigation measures imposed to offset the inevitable destruction of the property itself, the lake, the trees, and the resident wildlife. And yet there were already supposedly rules in place for years that seem to have had absolutely no impact on the cutting down of trees, filling in wetlands, destroying animal habitat, and so on. The dock has been mentioned, and I guess I'll just agree with John Cowan's comments earlier. That it's fine to say rules at the beginning, but is there really going to be ongoing monitoring that nobody will put a dock in here because we know somebody's going to try to do it? It's just human nature.
Okay,
and it's
Catherine.
not very likely we're going to have an easy time of that.
That is,
so it appears
that is
the
time.
rules-
Yeah.
Can I
Sorry.
just close quickly?
Yep, finish your sentence. Go ahead.
Okay, just that rules that have never been consistently applied in the past, we don't see why they will be in the future, and we don't have any confidence that the fact that we're respecting the rules, if you don't, is incredibly disappointing.
Okay, thank you for your oral submission. Again, I'm just going to turn to see if there was anything in there that planners, Mr. Usher or our municipal planners wanted to address immediately, or we'll hold all comments till later. There was something pressing. No, I see none right now. Okay, so we will continue to move on with our speakers, and we have next up is Mr. Don Ross. Good afternoon, Mr. Ross.
Hi.
There you go. Go.
Thank you.
You've got the floor. Okay.
Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and councilors, my name is Don Ross. Our family first started coming to Birch Point Lodge in the 1940s and fell in love with the beauty of nature on Lake Kashagawigama. My parents built a cottage on Peninsula Road on Grass Lake, and our family has cottaged there for 60 years. My 4 grandchildren represent the 4th generation at our cottage. Our family opposes this application in the strongest possible terms. Many area residents have heard from several people, including Mr. Wilson himself, that Mr. Wilson originally only wanted to sell 4 lots with 4 single detached homes, and that it was the municipality that asked him to apply instead for official plan and zoning bylaw amendments that would allow multi-density housing. What many folks have heard is that when Mr. Wilson told the municipality that such an application would be a much more expensive process for him to undertake, the municipality gave him assurances that such an application would be approved. Let me repeat that. What many folks have heard is that when Mr. Wilson told the municipality that such an application would be a much more expensive process for him to undertake, the municipality gave him assurances that such an application would be approved. If this is true, then the municipality has shown a flagrant disregard of process and total lack of respect for its citizens who elected you to follow the official plan that you approved. If this is true, every person in this town is outraged at being not just misled, but duped and played. 80 letters opposing this application have been submitted to council. 900 people signed the Friends of Grass Lake's 2 petitions opposing Harbor and Holdings application and urging the municipality and the county to adopt green infrastructure planning. Does that not give you a sense of the breadth and magnitude of the electorate's opposition to this application? 46 people shelled out over $18,000 to support efforts to create awareness and fight this application. Does that not tell you that support for Friends of Grass Lake puts its money where its mouth is? And if this is true, what do you tell those 46 who ponied up their hard-earned money in an honest belief that they can have faith in the system and their politicians? For a year, concerned residents have been put off by councillors who said that they couldn't comment or discuss this application with us because it hadn't yet come to council, and that they first also needed to receive their planning department's recommendations. Nor would Dysart planners dialogue with us until their recommendations were completed. What has happened to the idea of consultation and working together with the public? More than a year has elapsed since this application was submitted. The planning department's recommendations were finally made available to council and the public just 3 days ago. 3 days ago. This is hardly enough time for council, let alone the public and interested parties, to properly digest and respond to the 800 pages of information. This application requires a thoughtful and thorough vetting and deserves not to be rushed. Your constituency deserves much better. Yet the mayor has insisted on calling a public meeting, seemingly to rush the process through council before the end of its term. And isn't it coincidental that most councillors, including the mayor and deputy mayor, are not running for re-election next month?
Mr. Ross, you're getting very close to being out of order. And you are saying some things that have nothing to do with planning. You are getting personal to myself, and I am taking deep offense to that. I hold this position as mayor in my highest regard. I will give you 30 more seconds to speak on the planning issues at hand.
Okay, I just have one question. I am asking the council if assurances were given to Mr. Wilson that an application for a multi-density development would be approved. Was a backroom deal struck long before today?
Is that the end of your submission?
That certainly, I'm not finished, but that's the end of my 5 minutes.
We're not that's all right. Well, you have actually, I'm sorry, 30 more seconds to finish your submission, and then we'll go to the planners, and go ahead for 30 more seconds.
No, I am complete enough.
Okay. I'm a bit speechless that you would insinuate that our staff or our council would behave in such a matter, that nothing in planning is a done deal. And I don't know, that's been said before, and there is no such thing as a backroom deal, not here at Dysart ever, not under my watch. So I don't know where, and this is part of what I said in my opening with some misinformation. I'm not sure where that type of communication would happen. So, Mallory?
I wonder if the planning staff could just briefly comment on, I've heard the term a few times that this has been rushed, but the planning act's very specific on when you need to review applications and when they're complete and so on. So there's no rushing here. You're very legislated in when you need to hold a public meeting. The fact that this council's outgoing is irrelevant. They just happen to be outgoing, and this application's complete. There's still council until November 15th, whether you like it or not. So I just want to make that very clear. I don't know if one of the planning staff want to comment on that as well.
Yeah, thank you, Mel. Yeah, I'd just like to add to, like, we appreciate all the comments, everything else. We take them serious, and we did compile them appropriately. The application was reviewed in the context of the Planning Act for process, as well as notification and everything else. Yes, the report is a long report. I do understand that. However, I would like to just go back to the opening presentation that did outline that all the material provided to date has been continually added to the website. So the public did have the opportunity to review all of this material over the past year and a little bit, as things were added, to familiarize themselves with the application being presented, as well as all the detailed 100, 200, 300 page reports. So they were all added in there, and the report that was provided by staff was just pretty much just identifying those components of those reports to sort of decipher it down a little bit better for council's review, as well as the public. So I just wanted to make that point, that this information has been, a lot of it has been on the website for many months, if not a year, and all new information was provided for transparency and for the public view throughout this process.
Jeff, anything to add?
Well, if I could add anything, I think Chris outlined his timeframes in his presentation this morning. The applicant pre-consulted with the county and the municipality of Dysart probably 2.5 years ago. So we've been carefully reviewing the submissions for quite some time, and under the legislation of the Planning Act, we are open to an appeal right now because we have taken too long to review this. So I don't think it's fair to say that this has been rushed. If anything, we have taken careful time to make sure we review everything because we know the public interest in this file. So I just want to point that out.
Thank you, Jeff. And I'll just say that the reason of a calling of a meeting today, being not a regular council meeting, was that we all felt, planners, myself, that this file would take some time. We knew we had a lot of public comments. And so therefore, it didn't fit into the time frame of the body of our meeting held 2 days ago, of which we had a public meeting for an application. That's normally the date and time it would have been, but we would have been ordering dinner by now. So we felt that it's fair to have a special date and time, which is only 2 days after our regular council meeting. And that is why we're having the meeting today. I wonder if I do see you, Councillor Smith, but I wonder if the applicant or Mr. Usher want to comment on that, or we'll move along to the next speaker. No. Councillor Smith, did you want to, normally I'm not going to open it up, but is there something you want to say?
I wanted to ask Mr. Ross a question, and then I wanted to make a comment.
Yeah, we're not doing debate to Mr. Ross. We're not doing debate to any of the.
I'm not intending to debate. But Mr. Ross, I believe, is a leader of the Friends of Grass Lake, and this morning in his comments, Tony Usher said that the Friends of Grass Lake and their hired consultant had declined an invitation to meet with Mr. Usher and Paul Wilson to discuss this proposal. And I was shocked at that, because it's always been my experience, whether it's a difference of opinion at home or something in the boardroom, that the only way these things get resolved is when the two parties get together and talk about it. And so I was wondering, Mr. Ross, why is it true that you declined to meet? And if so, why would you not want to sit down with the proponents and see if you could better understand or potentially change their mindset? Thank you.
Okay, thanks you. And Mr. Ross has been down. He's now an attendee and is able to watch the meeting. So we'll find the answer to that out later. And we're going to move on to our next speaker. It is an interesting question, and we don't know the answer to that. Mr. Glenn Evans is next in our speakers.
Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Are you going to keep your screen off, just volume? Oh, no, there you are. There you go.
Stuck with this lovely face for the next few minutes.
Welcome.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say that I appreciate council's time and the staff time and the consultants. Everybody has put an enormous amount of effort into this. It certainly seems that the approach has been very responsible up until a few minutes ago. No room for that in public forum, and I apologize on behalf of everybody else that you guys were subjected to that. Cedar Winds Design Build, president of the Home Builders.
Glenn, you're Glenn.
Yes.
I think you're gonna have to you're gonna have to stay quite close to your microphone. The second you
Okay.
move just one back, I'll allow for more time. So go ahead and just stay that close to the microphone.
I appreciate that. Sorry. So as I was saying, I own and operate Cedar Winds Design Build here in town. I'm the president of the local Home Builders Association, and I also sit on the board for the Ontario Home Builders Association. So I have an opportunity to deal with these housing issues on a few different levels, and exposed to different thinking. Oh dear, sorry about that. At different levels. I think the housing crisis is very clear. The federal government obviously is pumping billions of dollars into possible solutions. Ontario and the other provinces are looking at legislation to enable municipalities to push housing projects through, like this one. And I, of course, understand that at this level, this is sort of where the pinch point starts. This is where it happens right here, and this is where some of the difficulty comes in. Opening official plans, dealing with public concerns, and trying to sort through some of those issues. Having said that, I won't take up any more of your time. I think everybody has done a really good job of dealing with the issues. I think the science speaks for itself. From a provincial standpoint, the Ontario Home Builders support any municipal activity that supports development of housing at whatever level that may be. And locally, we need people living here. We need workers. We need support staff at all different levels. And for that reason, we support the application. I appreciate the time. I wish all of you that are continuing your political career all the best. Those of you who are leaving, thank you very much. And good luck with everything that lies ahead.
Okay, thank you, Glenn, for your submission, your oral submission. Okay, thank you very much. Moving along, we will bring in Sandra Daoust. For those of you waiting in the wings to speak as we bring Sandra in, you know, we are sticking quite closely to our 5-minute time schedule. I'd like to try to get through all the speakers, and then we'll take a short break after that and we'll reconvene.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Is my volume okay?
Perfect. Perfect.
Thank you. My name is Sandra Daou, and I've been a visitor and cottager since the 80s, and a permanent resident and property owner here for almost 20 years. I love and care about the future of the Haliburton Highlands, and I feel very privileged to live here. I've consistently been an active volunteer in the community. Last year, I trained and became licensed to deal with invasive species with the OFA, and personally removed over 100,000 banded and Chinese mystery snails from Grass Lake, of over 350,000 reported last year, another 50,000 to count this year. Grass Lake is a link in a vital 5-lake chain, and a chain is only as strong and healthy as its weakest link. In my time here, I have seen, smelled, and heard the negative impacts of developing Grass Lake to being over capacity. Water testing has consistently indicated that the highest levels of coliform and E. coli found in the chain are at Drag River in Head Lake and Grass Lake readings very near the big pipe, which feeds into the lake from the wastewater treatment plant. Lake Ashagawigamog is the big brother in this chain, and the LKO, which represents 162 properties, has voiced its opposition to this proposed development through letters to council, e-blast to members, and a donation to Friends of Grass Lake. Unfortunately, no LKO executive members are available to join us today. So I, as an LKO member, have permission to read their most recent letter to council. Mayor Roberts and Council, the Lake Ashagawigamog Organization, or LKO, is not in support of this official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment. The current zoning in the official plan of rural type 1 zone and environmental protection zone is the correct zoning in our opinion. A portion of this property has gradually been created over the years by a combination of infill and creating a pond where none existed before. The LKO has informed the municipality at the time, due to our concerns that a wetland, a vital filter for Lake Cache water quality, was being inextricably altered. The municipality chose not to stop this activity. There would have been insufficient land to consider a development if this partial infill had not occurred. The conditional land donation to Places for People is not relevant to the environmental issues that this official plan rezoning presents. We fully appreciate that there is a desperate need for affordable housing in Haliburton, but this is an unsuitable location for development regardless of the occupants. The remaining wetland is vital for maintaining the water quality of Grass Lake, Lake Cache, and the other downstream lakes. The water quality of the lake is under great pressure from the existing development on the lake, and it is very important for the economy of Haliburton. Lake Cache is an at-capacity lake trout lake, which is a tourist destination. By not leaving the remaining wetland in its natural state, the contaminants from building, parking, and increased human presence likely will lead to further degradation of our water quality. Of particular concern is the paving of parking lots, which leads to increased runoff and toxicity of the lakes. With climate change, the increased frequency and intensity of storms is of great concern. If this development proceeds, at the very least, the parking should remain as a permeable surface so that the runoff can be absorbed by the ground. If there's no fishing, no wildlife, and the water is toxic, there will be no economic driver for this chain of lakes and its supporting town. LKO fully supports the work done by the Friends of Grass Lake and their planner, DM Wills. The over 900 signatures that they obtained on 2 petitions about this application and the wider use of the municipality taking a green approach to development cannot be written off simply as NIMBYism. It should be viewed as a genuine concern that the municipality is putting the developer's interests above environmental protection of our lakes. The LKO has now reviewed all of the documents posted on the Dysart website. We believe it is unwise to vote in haste on such an important development proposal immediately after one public meeting. The LKO believes that this proposal is a massive over-intensification of an ecologically sensitive area. Municipal planners are hired to show council what is possible under the Planning Act. It is up to council to decide what is right for their community now and in the future. These are my words now. Council recently developed, yes?
That is at the 5-minute mark. How much more do you have?
I would say a minute.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Council recently developed a strategic plan, and I remind you that your consultant stated this is a framework and is only useful if you build and act on it. In the short term, use the operating plan to assess and review progress. You now have an opportunity to walk that talk. The strategic pillars and goals in 1, protect and respect natural environment, mitigate climate change impacts, and pillar 5, strengthen community engagement and communications. Please listen to the many people who have been telling you they oppose this development. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I just to note, I have cut other people off at the 5 minutes, but I believe you said you were speaking as well for LKO and then for yourself. So that is my rationale for granting a little extra time if anyone's not playing favorites on anybody.
Okay.
Neutral as we hear the comments. So thank you for your submission today. We'll move into the next speaker, Leora Berman.
Thank you very much for having me. My intent today is to provide information that does not seem to be sufficiently integrated into any application or report.
I would like to present you with my information today stemming from my work with limnology, or the study of lakes, in my capacity both as the COO of the lead ecologist for the Land Between charity, but also as the hydrological consultant that was retained by the Lake Kashagawigmog organization to conduct their lake plan. A plan that included Grass Lake as a significant part of the basin, fisheries, and overall ecology of the larger lake and the 5-lake chain. The plan was completed in 2012, taking 2 years to complete, and gathered and analyzed 20 years of data to understand trends and stressors and the state of the lake. The plan was presented to many members of this council at the time, and the plan is available publicly for review. It appears that the application and responses have only looked at the wetland and other concerns expressed in isolation, and not the cumulative effects on the fishery and the lake. It's also important to note that there is no standard for what constitutes a peer review under the Planning Act, and so the quality and completeness of any planning peer review is a moving target. When conducting this lake plan, it's also important to note that I sat for many hours with David Flowers, the fisheries biologist at the time, to review what was happening in these basins. From this experience and foundation, I have this information to provide to you. Furthermore, we have also analyzed across cottage country the most sensitive of the lakes, 273 of them, using 20-year data. And what I'm providing now also flags Kashagawigmog and Grass Lake. So they both have issues that may be exacerbated by the proposal as it stands. To start with the lake plan, the Grass Lake and Lake Kashagawigmog together represent the largest walleye fishery in Haliburton and likely in all of the Highlands. The Grass Lake wetland in particular was noted in the lake report to be a significant spawning area for this impressive fishery. Walleye require shallow, weedy bays for spawning. Additionally, in the plan, it was noted that these lake basins together only had 10% wetland cover, and that it was imperative that these sites remain intact to support the water quality and fisheries of the lake basins. It's fair to say that a development of this size, especially in this bay, would impact this fishery, and the riparian area existing currently because of infilling or otherwise are critical to the function of that lacustrine wetland and this fishery. What else do I need to tell you about this is that in the lake plan, it was clear that the hypolimnium, or the level of warm water was increasing at the top. So we had less fish habitat. There was the fish habitat is shrinking. And it's fair to say that, again, this is due to, this is happening from increased runoff, resurfacing of land, which will direct more pollutants in the bay. It will exacerbate this issue. The fragility of and significance of this entire riparian zone and its holistic function is not sufficiently abated in this plan. I should also mention that there were other important baitfish areas noted in the same wetland area of Grass Lake that will likely be negatively affected by the development that you need to look at. Secondly, both Grass and Kashagawigmog lakes have this decrease in thermocline that was experienced already 10 years ago. So the cold water areas are skinnier, and the warm water areas which are attracting invasive species are larger. Also, what we're finding is an increase in phosphorus. And so the increase in phosphorus is partly because the lake has erodible soils, excess boating, which you cannot really logically say will not increase because of this development, is part of the issue. And all the runoff from any development of this size and this style will increase that demand on the oxygen within the lake. So what is happening in Lake Kashagawigmog and Grass Lake is that there's increasing dead zones at the bottom of the lakes. And these dead zones or areas with little oxygen cannot support really anything living. The issue is quite significant because we have witnessed fish kills in Grass Lake in particular. So I think that's important for you guys to understand. There is, in terms of phosphorus, the lake is heading towards eutrophication. The only reason Lake Kashagawigmog and Grass Lake are not
30 seconds.
Cesspools is because they flush readily. The lake was also picked out in amongst the 273 lakes as having concerns. I wanted to leave you with that information. At the time, the lake, basically we need housing for the working poor, but the only choice presented is one that may result in unintended deterioration of significant resources. And this is not a true choice and certainly not the result of thoughtful planning. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lior, for your submission. Again, always just check with the planners or with Mr. Escher if there's any comment there, and if not, we'll move along. Okay, just keep me posted. Linda Williams is next, and I believe she had it's a PowerPoint. Oh, yes, Mallory?
We're just gonna say that Mr. Usher had his hand up, that's all.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, because I'm, yes, Mr. Escher. Unmute.
Sorry, one comment that's because it's very specific to Ms. Berman's presentation. I would just like her to be aware and council to be aware that we had the plan that she authored for the Lake Kashega-Wigamog and the connected lakes, and we reviewed it. And I certainly did. I'm pretty sure that Mr. Nielsen did as well. And because of the analysis that Mr. Nielsen conducted and the mitigation measures he proposed, which would, in our view, and she may not agree, but in our view, have the effect that there would be no significant, there would be no discernible adverse effects on water quality or fisheries on Grass Lake or the rest of the system. We didn't see anything in the plan that justified particular concern or mention. Now, if she does not agree, and I greatly value the work that she's done for the LKO, we're happy to have a discussion, Mr. Nielsen and myself, with Ms. Berman. So that's what I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you for that. Jeff?
Yes, thank you. And I have been keeping a list, so I'm happy to comment whenever council would like, but I've been saving them towards the end. But given that we're discussing fish habitat, we have received comments from the Department of Fisheries and Ocean in this regard as well. Mr. Han from DFO provided email that notes that based on his site visit and the review of all the information provided to him, he has not seen any completed works at the subdivision lands and wetlands that he would confidently conclude represents a harmful alteration, disruption, or destruction of fish habitat. So that's coming from the DFO in April.
Okay, thank you. All right, then we will move to Linda Williams, who's next, and she has a PowerPoint presentation, which I believe Chris Orson will be sharing his computer screen. So first we'll bring Linda in. Okay.
Would you like me to share my screen now or just wait a second?
I'll just wait till I see Linda. Linda, are you going to put your own video on for us to see?
Yeah, I have to do my own PowerPoint, yes.
No. Chris is going to do the PowerPoint.
Oh, okay.
Did you want to put your video on so we can see your face? You do not have to. We hear you well.
Yeah, see my face.
Okay, so you need to hit allow the video.
Okay, so you need to allow, dear.
Oh, Lori Salvatore is saying you don't have video. So we're just going to listen to your voice.
Okay. Yep.
Okay, we're going to listen to your voice, and I'm going to ask Chris Orson to share screen.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. And Linda, I just asked that when you want me to change slides, just say change.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chris, for your help. Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and councillors, my name is Linda Williams, and after purchasing our property on Grass Lake in the fall of 1996, one of the first things we noticed was the marsh with its island of color at the west end of the lake. This small piece of land will be referred to as the island throughout the presentation. Change. Before 2009, landscaping started on Mr. Wilson's recently purchased property. Trees were cut, the brush burnt, driveways created, machinery moved in, a steady stream of on-site alteration. Dump trucks brought in to fill a change of how the land looked. Change. No, not yet, apparently. No, go back. Sorry. My environmental concern for the Grass Lake wetlands led me to writing letters, emails, making phone calls to OMNFR, Fisheries and Oceans Canada, Conservation Ontario, Dysart et al., Haliburton County, and many others to this day. In 2009, finally a return email from Tracy Allison, DFO, and a site visit with me confirmed that the landowner, quote, has been advised that filling toward the lake beyond the current fill is prohibited, quote. Next page. Change rather, sorry. The island with the added filter cloth is pictured in these two photos. Number one, there's the island. You'll see the snow change. And there's the end of the island with more fill. The red line denotes the where the filter is. Change. Next slide. There we go. Multiple piles of fill can be seen in the back of the island, encroaching on the marsh. Change. Pond construction and landscaping still continue. In 2012, change. Notice the new grass growing on the land bridge over the marsh to the island. Oh, change. There it is, that grass. Notice the new grass growing on the land bridge over the marsh to the island. The two change. The two emails that follow show continued concern for the wetland changes on Mr. Wilson's property. Emails were sent May 16, 2009 to Reeve, Murray Fury, Dave Flowers, MNR, Don Pearson, Conservation Ontario, August 11, 2011 to Rob Davis, Ecoethic, and Len Lazzaro, LKO board member at the time. Pardon me? Change. Okay. Dice and change again, sorry. Change. Okay. Now I have to go back though.
Linda, I know you've worked so hard in this PowerPoint and but I have to be fair with everybody. I'll give you 30 seconds more.
Yeah, I just need to go back to the first, just go to the first slide. All the way back to number one.
To number one? Okay.
Yep. That's the end. And that's what it was. And you just saw that it's still filling in after they were told to stop and stop and stop. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councillors.
Okay. So thank you Linda for your submission and Chris for doing the slide. I don't know if the planner wants to speak or Mr. Escher, or you've already addressed the issue of previous, that really isn't based on this planning application, it's based on previous work that we're not here to talk about today. So I don't know if you want to comment again on that.
Well, I guess I should say something. I don't want to revisit that point, but I think council should be aware that the email that Ms. Williams showed pertains to an extreme high water situation that was happening at that time. It was completely superseded by later communication between DFO and Harburn from 2010 up to this year. That is all described in my letter of December 7, 21 to Dysart and another letter of August 15, 22, which make clear that quite aside from the planning application, in terms of my client's behavior and the relationship with DFO, there is no issue here. And I would also make the point, because I will probably come back at the end of the question of the island, that in Ms. Williams' presentation, so far as I can see, the island is a clump of trees. But anyway, we'll leave that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll keep moving along with our speakers. We have Kathy Primack is next. I said it right. Okay. Welcome, Kathy.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, councillors, and fellow members of the public. Thank you for the opportunity to voice my great opposition to the rezoning proposed development on Grass Lake. I have been vacationing in Algonquin Township my entire life. As long as I can remember, it has been a goal of mine to reside in this area. I was able to finally achieve that goal in May of 2020, following the purchase of my property in November 2019. My love of the nature, landscape, and wildlife, while providing me with an easy access to shopping and medical care, were all met with this relocation. I will be brief, since all of my concerns have already been voiced by earlier speakers, but there are a few things that I would like to voice. I have great respect for all the work councillors, employees, and volunteers have done to improve and preserve the area. Bylaws and official plans are in place to protect all the aspects of nature in the township. I'm sure there are many others in the area that have had to live with a dream of being able to financially afford to live in this great area. The housing crisis is a provincial-wide problem, not just restricted to Halliburton. For Halliburton to consider rezoning on this basis, that some housing issues will be resolved with the proposed building site, is understandable. However, should not be considered based on how it will negatively affect the other taxpayers that live in the area. The timing of this public meeting seems rushed. I ask that your decision be deferred until further review can be completed and information received at today's meeting be absorbed by both the present taxpayers, councillors, and staff. This development will not resolve housing issues, but only bring more from other areas into the Halliburton area. Traffic is already an issue, being traffic is regularly backed up at the Tim Hortons. And I ask that you please provide the public with the exact website address for this application process, as it is very difficult to find if we don't have the exact address. Thank you for your time, and please reconsider deferring your decision.
Okay, thank you for your oral submission, Kathy. Just where are you in relation to the property? You said Algonquin.
I am right across the street from Tim Hortons.
Okay, so you are on Grass Lake.
I am on Grass Lake, yes.
Yes, sorry, when you first mentioned where you had moved up from, so I just wanted to know where you were in proximity to the thing, and also to the application land in question. And what was the other thing? Something I was going to ask staff. Can't remember. Okay, well, thank you for your submission. We will move on, keep rolling to, I believe I have Greg Rowe as the next speaker. Oh, it was, gosh, sorry, it's a long day sitting in a chair. It was to where to find the application on the municipality Dysart website. You go along the top bar and it says land and planning information. And as soon as you highlight that and you look down at the choices along there, it says, I believe the words are major planning applications or something to that effect. Jeff, can you just confirm?
Yes, I can walk everybody through that right now.
Or is it current? Yep.
So if you go to our website, www.dysartetl.ca, on the home page, there's a tab at the top called titled Build and Invest. If you hover over that and click on Planning and Land Use.
Oh, sorry, Jeff, if the easier way to go to it would be just to go to current development applications. So under that build and invest, go to current development applications, and then that'll take you straight into where there's some drop down menus and it'll say Harbor Holdings Limited.
Yeah. So it's 2 clicks. So, but we should, so it is fairly easy to find, and someone can always call the municipal office. There, our basic phone number 457 or area 705-457-1740, and request to speak to staff, and we'll walk you through that if you have any difficulty finding anything on our website. That was what I wanted to say. Okay, we have Greg Grow up next. Greg, are you putting on your video?
Yes, I am. I thought I had it on. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
There we go.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, first of all, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. I have to say I'm humbled by the eloquent speakers that have come before me here. I don't live anywhere near Grass Lake. I live in Lachlan. I've been a resident of Haliburton County for 44 years. And prior to that, I was a seasonal resident from 1949 to 1978. The reason I mention that, I had the great privilege of growing up on Canning Lake in the summers in the 50s, 60s, and into the 70s. And at that time, you know, there was a swap store to where I had the privilege of being. There was grasslands, wetlands, the whole deal. The lakes and the area were alive with wildlife, snakes, bullfrogs, turtles, fish like perch, bass, catfish, etc. In fact, the swamp would be black as ink with catfish babies in the 50s. I mentioned this, I have had all these years to canoe and motor on all 5 lakes. And while I'm being a bit nostalgic here, it's important to remember that the only thing worse than nostalgia is amnesia. We stand on the shoulders of those that came before us, and it's incumbent that we learn from them. We learn from both the things that they did right, and we learn from their mistakes. Many of our lakes, and the 5 in question here, are overdeveloped. It hasn't happened overnight. It's happened gradually over time, as we all know. And while the issue at hand today is about 1 or 2 properties, whatever it is, I've kind of lost a grip on that. It is about, of course, much more than that. Decisions that will be made here will be precedent setting. It's time to change the mindset about how we look at lakes, wetlands, and our natural resources in general. We as people are part of a totally interconnected web, something we were unaware of 50, 60 years ago. The decisions that are made don't only affect one property, one issue at the moment. These decisions are will affect generations to come, or for years or even decades. We, as I mentioned, stand on the shoulders that future generations will stand on. We are their shoulders. I saw a Indigenous person speak about the turtles the other day and mentioned that in the Indigenous way of thinking, when they make decisions, they consider seven generations into the future, which sounds like a lot, but it's about 150 to 200 years. And that's a pretty good yardstick. Another observation for me would be that just because something is legal and okay and meets certain parameters, it doesn't make it right. There are moral and ethical issues at hand at all times. And I think particularly here that need to be considered along with the legal, etc. And that's really all I have to say, other than that I am not in support of approving this application. And I would just make 2 observations, and these are not criticisms. I'm just wondering if before the meeting is over, we could get, because I don't think I heard it, in a response to, I believe it was Miss Anderson's request to defer this meeting. I don't believe there was any reply to that. And the other is when I signed up, I was told I would get 5 minutes. Again, this is not a criticism, and then I would disappear from the screen. But that has not happened. Some individuals are gone in 5 minutes. Others are allowed to have input and dialogue, something to consider for future generations. I want to thank you again for giving myself and others the time to speak. And thank you all for the time, expertise, and service that you as counselors give to this community. I know it's a very difficult job. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Greg. And as I'm chair of the meeting, I have been pretty darn strict with my little timer right here, I have to say. And the only person got 45 more seconds was Sandra Daou, because she was speaking as well on behalf of the LKO. So everybody's been pretty cut off at 5 minutes, and DM Wells, which is determined that they would be allowed 20, and I believe they took about 12 minutes. I wasn't keeping track at that time. I know it was well under the 20. So Okay, well, we've had Greg's submission and we will move along, and we have the next speaker, which is Mr. Rob McCaig. Just waiting to bring Rob in.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, can you see me?
Not yet.
Not yet, okay.
Just so you know, you're not on the clock. That's how strict I am. Until I can see and hear the person and know that they're ready to go, I hit start. So Rob, the floor is
Are we all
yours.
set now? Are we all
Yep,
set
go.
now? Great, thank you. Good afternoon, members of council, staff, applicants, concerned residents. My name is Rob McCaig. I'm a retired resident of Ward 1 in Dysart. And I'm speaking today not as a Ward 1 candidate in the upcoming election, but as a resident who is extremely concerned over the disregard for our democratic rights, plus the rights of Grass Lake residents, the rights of over 900 residents who have also petitioned the town opposition, and the rights of the Lake Kashag-Wigamog Association members who also oppose this Grass Lake development. Like most families, my family has been boating the 5 lake chains since 1981, the Edgewater Beach days, or earlier. Since then, the boating population has increased dramatically to the point that residents do their boating during non-Yahoo times and after the weekends. And I must say, boating is not a moot point. Those who possibly may own a condo on Grass Lake will rent slips, like I do, at various marinas. As a fisherman, I know the fish habitat on Kashag-Wigamog chain has decreased dramatically. Shorelines are being eroded by wakeboard boats that inhale close to 180 gallons of water and push those 180 gallons of water back into the lakes, creating large wakes, thus damaging our shorelines, the loon population, and the spawning fish habitat. Without a filter such as grasslands, zebra mussels, mystery snails, water milfoil, green algae blooms, septic tank issues, stormwater runoff, oil runoff, and a multitude of other serious issues can occur in our lakes. The residents of Haliburton and Dysart have the right to be concerned. And why are the public's concerns being ignored? Why is Dysart, the county, the applicant, and its lawyers trying to railroad this development during the lame duck period of governments with no time for in-person and public input? Why are we being steamrolled over this development? This decision should be balanced forward to the upcoming council to contend with, because there are a multitude of issues surrounding this development, such as, was there an archaeological dig done on this site prior to the clearing and infilling? Vehicular and pedestrian traffic will increase. Sewage treatment at the stink plant is an issue. Construction congestion will be an issue. Fire, EMS, hospital capacity, and all issues. The need for more doctors and nurses are all issues, and they cannot keep up right now. The OPP will also have traffic management issues, and we're not keeping up with the 15% population explosion right now when it comes to infrastructure. Like the property across the road, there are other very, can I say very one more time? Very marketable development sites that are now available that don't have more issues than a library. So please do the right thing. Start listening to the community. Start listening to the environment. And for those politicians out there, start listening to the residents who put you in office in the first place, because they can take you out just as quickly as they put you in. Please do not pass this rezoning amendment for this property, and start listening to your community. Like I said, there are other excellent sites out there with a lot more potential and a lot less hassle. Please do the right thing for your community. Listen to the passionate residents who love our cottage country. Steamrolling residents wouldn't happen in any other municipality. So I urge you to keep this particular property zoned RU1 EP. Thanks to the residents, thanks to the environmental groups that have spoken today, and thank you very much for everyone's time, energy, and passion.
Okay, thank you for your submission. Any questions or again, we're not talking about other properties, so we can't really bring that up in a public planning meeting. We're talking about this property. Is this suitable property for the development proposed? And let's stay focused on that. So next speaker is Terry Moore. And as I say, at the conclusion of all the speakers after Terry, we have 2 more speakers. We will be taking a recess. I just don't want to change the flow of the.
Hi, I'm not quite sure how to activate my, oh, here it is, start video. Okay. Yep. Okay, am I live?
You're live and you're on.
Okay, all right. Thank you for this. I want to thank council and everybody involved for the opportunity to say a few words on behalf of Environment Haliburton. I'm the Vice President of Environment Haliburton, a volunteer environmental non-governmental organization that does what it can to advocate for ecological considerations to be placed at the center of all public discussion and debate. There's much more that we would like to say, but it has to be shoehorned in, as has been mentioned time and time again, into a 5-minute interval. So I'm trying not to repeat other things that have been said in the interest of time. In our view, the protection and enhancement of healthy ecosystems should be at the center of all planning decisions. Other decisions as well, but it's not some nice to have bell and whistle in planning decision making, but rather should be at the center of the entire exercise. And I think there's a lot of common ground that's been expressed today, that the economic and social and well-being of Haliburton County is dependent on the continued health of our aquatic and land-based ecosystems. And in a number of key respects, the official plans and zoning bylaws of the county and each of the townships, including Dysart, express this consensus well in aspirational terms. The problem always is translating aspirational communications and commitments into concrete action via effective bylaws and enforcement of those bylaws, but bylaws that afford real protection to important ecological services like wetlands, whether or not they're declared provincially significant, the protection that they nominally have and deserve is precious. They provide invaluable carbon sinks, water filtration, and flood control systems, as well as reservoirs for biodiversity. Now, specific comments with respect to the Harburn Holdings rezoning proposal have been well articulated by the Friends of Grass Lake and their planning consultant, and we share those concerns. The issues that they and others have raised, maybe I'm the last speaker, I don't know, maybe others will raise some other concerns, have been thoughtful, and they deserve thoughtful and detailed answer before council makes any decision with respect to this rezoning application. Public consultation and participation processes that encourage open dialogue, not just between the proponent and opponent or between planning professionals, is incredibly important to being able to make sure that we make decisions about planning issues and contentious planning issues without increasing polarization in the community. And as you've seen, there is a considerable amount of polarization. A number of people have mentioned that. Two-way dialogue between and among people and groups with different interests and different connections to this issue has to be viewed as essential to finding any sort of common ground and healing the community and coming out of these discussions better than we went in. Tabling a 629-page staff report 3 days before a public meeting does not suffice in terms of providing information that's necessary to inform a full and fulsome public dialogue about this. The notice of today's meeting says the public meeting is an opportunity for council to hear and consider comments related to the proposed amendments. Any member of the public may speak. Yet we have the staff making a proposal to accept the plan amendment and proposes a bylaw before any of those comments actually got heard. Now, there's been some cynicism expressed with respect to, you know, how seriously council takes this process. And I think that the process can feed that cynicism if it's not done right. And so we urge council not to approve the zoning bylaw application today and take the time to thoroughly review and discuss the contents before that have been raised by the Friends and others before you make that kind of decision. If that requires additional public meetings and that you know, so be it. You need to do it right. Okay. I just want to say that one thing that to a non-planning professional that looks odd from the outside is that this is and this is the only comment I want to make about the proposal, is that this is a hypothetical proposal made by a proponent who has no intention of building anything. No intention of building anything. We don't have anything concrete in terms of an actual specific development that's on the table that people could take a look at and ascertain the specific kinds of problems associated with that particular development. So another reason to take a step back and think before we act. I'm going to close now. I just got to make 3 points.
Quickly.
Okay. Take the time.
You are. You know what? In all fairness, I am going to have to cut you off. It is past the 5-minute mark. So I'm sorry, Terry.
Can I make one more point?
Quickly.
You need to have a county-wide site alteration bylaw to deal with the drip of development that has really antagonized a lot of people and that they've spoken about today. That needs to be addressed.
Thank you. I might turn to our planning department in terms of the comment that the 600 pages came out on Monday. I started reading stuff a year ago. We made it quite open to the public to let them know that there was things. The thing that was up on Monday was the staff report and continued letters that came in right up until a cutoff time that we had to do, obviously, to get it up on an agenda. But other than that, I mean, I think I was reading the traffic study in July, I'm guessing. I would, obviously, as mayor, I'm going to be more attuned to this, knowing it's coming, but we said over and over again that that information as it came in was available to the public. It wasn't just all of a sudden this 600-page dump of information. And keep in mind, a lot of those pages are very technical things like the hydro-G studies and the traffic studies and that type of thing that you know, you're not reading the entire full page, you're reading summaries and what the conclusions are and that type of thing. So I don't know if our planning staff want to address that one more time, or if Mr. Usher wants to address that. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, I can touch on that. And I think you basically mentioned it. A lot of these documents have been available for quite some time. I should note that I can sympathize with everybody. It is a very large document. Getting it in such short time prior to the meeting is certainly not ideal. And as staff, I can attest that Chris was even working on documents right up until yesterday. So typically, this is consistent for all of our public meetings and council meetings. We provide notice and then we scramble to start putting together the reports based on all the information we have. So I understand it's certainly not ideal. I do encourage council to take into consideration all information received from the public today and then all information provided in that report. But yeah, I know it's not ideal, but unfortunately, that's just the reality.
Okay, so let's move on then to our next speaker, which is Marilyn Meisner. Marilyn Meisner. If I'm saying that right, Meisner.
Can you see me? Oh, there I am.
Yes, we can. Yep, see
very
and
good.
hear you. Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Hi there. Thank you very much, Mayor Roberts and Council, for letting me speak. I am Mary Lynn Meisner Plummer. My family and I have been on Peninsula Road for close to over 37 years, us moving in at various different times. We own and enjoy 4 properties on Peninsula Road. My personal property is 1241 Peninsula Road. I overlook the site. And I guess the point I'd like to make around previous points made about the fill and all of that that's gone in, because I watched it happen too, first row seat, is it may not be relevant for this planning session, but it does create the skepticism and the mistrust of what's being put in front of us. And so I think some of my personal concerns stem from that. I share all of the concerns that people have raised with respect to the environment and traffic. Traffic is already terrible on this road with people, traveling too quick. I'll leave that all alone. And while I appreciate some of the changes that have been made by the applicant with respect to removing the dock, I've already, last year and this year, there's still boats that go in there. They tie up to the point and they go fish in his pond. Okay. So to Carolyn's point, you can't control that. It can happen. I guess the piece that I really want to echo is what Mr. Moore said. And that's what I've been sitting here thinking about, is that we really actually don't know what's going to be built and, or what specifically will happen on each of the properties. I understand from my son, who's a tech, it's quite common to do this two-phased approach with respect to, a conceptual drawing, that kind of thing. I don't know, because I'm not familiar with the planning process, if this is our last opportunity as a public to have any say around that. I appreciate what I've heard today and learned today with respect to mitigation measures and, holding provisions that have been put in by the planning department and various folks that have looked at this, but we actually don't know what it's going to look like. And I don't actually think the aesthetic concerns have really been addressed at all here. And, you might think, okay, well, they're not as important as the environment and some of the other ones. And I probably would agree with that, but it's still something that is important with respect to our overall community and what we're trying to build here. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. And so I am actually going to turn it over to Dysart planning staff for this one, because I think that's an important point. And I'm sure a lot of people who spoke today are already are still listening in. Is this the last opportunity for the public to speak in the event that the Public Planning Committee feels they have enough information today to move this forward? You did, I think, Chris, it was you that referenced that and I can't recall what the actual resolution draft says, but that it technically still has to come back. So Chris or Jeff or both, can you speak to the process, and is this the last opportunity for the public to speak? So Chris first.
Thank you. So yes, if this is approved, it would be the official plan being approved. Zoning wouldn't be approved until after the official plan has been approved, and then the zoning would come back to council should anything else need to be considered. In addition to that, as a two-tier process, this is a very common practice and throughout all municipalities, and aesthetics and all those other types of requirements, studies and plans would be required at that time, and to ensure that the aesthetics of the proposed fits into the realm of the area, as well as all other mitigation measures and stuff like that. I'm sure, Jeff, you may have something to add to that.
Jeff?
Thank you. I don't have a lot to add. I think the answer depends on how council decides to proceed today. If they decide to adopt the official plan, it will proceed to the county, who are the approval authority. My understanding is the county do their own, they provide notice as well in accordance with the Planning Act. In terms of the zoning bylaw, it's not anticipated that a bylaw will be passed today. But council could ask for further discussion prior to the bylaw being passed. It's really how council wants to decide to proceed. In terms of the site plan control process, that has been delegated to staff, so that would not be there would be not opportunity for public consultation on that process, but that site plan control process would be done in accordance with the official plan. And it's hard to say how future development will go, whether there's going to be condominium processes, because if there is, then there would be more opportunity. I suppose I'm just kind of validating that it is a bit of an unknown right now, but it depends how council wants to proceed today.
So if it moves to the county and we approve the official plan, it goes to the county. Can the public comment in that process at the county level on the OPA?
My understanding is yes. We are required to forward all public comments we've received to date, and we will do so if that's what council decides. But my understanding is they do provide their own notice, and we'll take this to the council and can address public comments at that time.
Okay, thank you. And I thought the answer was 99% yes, but I just wanted to be doubly sure. And with all the people listening, and really for a lot of people, this is the first time they've ever gotten involved in the planning process. And, you know, you planners live it, and we as counselors have dealt with it for several years, but we're not professionals in this. So just wanting to clarify that as this goes forward, and it is not uncommon to zone property without a plan. Dysart actually did that on Wonderland Road. We have a property that we still own on Wonderland Road, and there is no site plan, there's no stormwater management, there's no, it's just zoned, saying that this is good use of this land. And so anything going forward on that has lots of steps still going forward. We have one last speaker, which is Mr. Roger.
Mayor Roberts, they're no longer in attendance, so we can
probably
now.
Okay. So what I think I need to stretch, and we'll take a little break. And then when we come back, I will say though, that this then concludes the public comment portion of the meeting. What we'll do when we come back after our recess is it's now going to be open the floor to councillors, to the applicant and his planner, and to our municipal staff to see if we have all the information that we need. If we heard anything during the public comments that was different from the written comments that we've all been reviewing. So I will call for a 15-minute recess, which puts us to 2:30. And I have to, okay. Excuse me. I've got papers all over the place. But we're still in the public meeting. So there's not a resolution yet. No, I didn't think so. Yeah, that's okay. See, we're a little punchy. I need that 15-minute recess. Yeah, so we still have a resolution that we read in the public planning meeting after we have the discussion. Then we adjourn the public meeting and go into the planning and land information. So let's all take 15 minutes and I'll see you soon. People have the opportunity to bring up all these issues they can and continue to move forward. Okay, we are back from our recess, and as I mentioned, the comments from the public to that portion of the meeting is closed, and so now we're going to turn it over. And I'm not really sure if I should just throw it out to councillors, or does Tony, do you want to speak first, perhaps, to some of the comments you've been hearing throughout the last 2 hours of public comment?
Yes,
Great.
thank you, Mayor Roberts. I'd like that opportunity. And first of all, for the public who are still listening, and God bless them for their patience. I think such a high level of interest, I think, is great. It speaks well for the planning process and commitment of people. And I really appreciate the genuine concerns that were expressed. I don't want to get into debates with people. I just want to correct and clarify a few points. First thing, very quickly, right at the end of the public session, the quick question came up again about the two-stage process and opportunities for further participation. And as Jeff mentioned, there may be condo approval processes. It's always been our assumption that most, if not all, of the 4 lots to become developed will be by condo, which means that there is a condo description and a full public process involved with that, and getting into much more detail about a lot of aspects of the development. And the other thing is some of the properties may if there is further rezoning required on any of the properties at the second stage to get more precise in terms of the permissions, then of course that also is a full public process. So going to a few points that people made during the meeting. Ms. Saunders, I addressed one point. There's one other that I should have addressed. She said that we should have done a flood hazard assessment. That was addressed in my letter of April 2022. There is no requirement for a flood hazard assessment on this property, not required by the official plan. Dr. Atkinson referenced the island, and there is a letter from me of December 7/21, which discusses this whole question about the island, invites people, says that from everything that I have reviewed and can see, there was no island. And I'm talking about a real island, not a clump of trees on part of a piece of contiguous land. And that if anybody had evidence to that, to the contrary, I was more than welcome to hear from them, discuss it with them, see if there was information that was sending me down the wrong path, and I never heard from anybody. Dr. Filion, I've addressed. Mr. Cowan said that lots at the high water mark are on the lake. Well, first of all, there's no question that the other 3 lots touch the high water mark. There is absolutely no question about that, but it's showed in our plans and in our application. But it's important to note his scenario as well, even despite what was in the bylaw, which I think he had some trouble accepting, but even accepting that the bylaw prohibits docks in the EP zone, people will put them up anyway. There's a little problem with that, is that the way the land is proposed to be divided is that all the land below the high water mark, all the flooded land, would be owned by the retained lot. So if somebody put up a dock on one of the other 3 lots, they'd be trespassing into somebody else's land. Either that or they would need a right of way. And I'm sure there is no way the Committee of Adjustment, the County Land Division Committee would allow a right of way for a dock that was contrary to the local zoning bylaw. Ms. Harrison talked about the dump trucks in the middle of the night dumping stuff and et cetera, and violation of the rules and laws by my client. This again was addressed in the discussion that I had early on in response to the question from Councillor Smith. She also said that in terms of the designations and zoning, we are going from EP to commercial. That is not true. The EP designation in the official plan and zoning in the bylaw are there now. It is a very standard planning process and clearly allowed for in the official plan. And this happens in all kinds of development applications, that at the development of the individual site stage, you can refine a site-specific study, the boundary of the EP. And that's all we have done. We have proposed to refine on the basis of Gord Nielsen's study, the boundary of the EP to more precisely protect the wetland. So there is some alteration of the boundary. Pieces go in and pieces go out. Other than that, we are not changing EP to commercial. We are proposing to change what is designated as rural in the official plan to residential and commercial. Ms. Guthrie raised again issues of clearing of brush, burning of tires, etc. We'll be back again to the same conversation I had with Councillor Smith early on. She also said that the lakes and rivers designation on the existing property is why they chose their home. Well, the only lakes and rivers designation on the existing property is on the flooded lands below water, and all lands that are below the high water mark in the municipality are designated lakes and rivers. I assume that she didn't choose her home on the basis of that. Ms. Langdon said that the lands are currently zoned EP and rural to protect the natural feature of the wetland. This has been addressed, this misconception is addressed in my April 2022 letter. The EP zoning is obviously to protect the existing natural feature, and the boundary, as I already just said, is being refined according to a standard process. Rural zoning is not to protect natural features. Rural zoning is basically, as I explained in that letter, leftover zoning until such time as the municipality can either stay as rural or until the municipality chooses to rezone it to a use such as residential. But rural zoning is not there to protect natural features. Only EP zoning is. She also talked about outdated science. And I think that's worth a mention on a couple of points. First of all, I think if my colleague, Mr. Nielsen, were here, he might be a little offended at the suggestion that he used outdated science. I think the ESA and the other reports, the EIS and the other reports are based on the current science that is required by provincial policy, by county policy, and by municipality of Dysart policy to be applied. I think they go beyond that to best practices, and that doesn't mean that they're perfect, and it is the job of peer reviewers and anybody who brings forward contrary information by other qualified professionals. If they find imperfections or areas that need to be improved, that's part of the scientific process too, but they're not based on outdated science. If people think that the provincial standards that are expected to be required and are used in the planning process for environmental policy are outdated, well, that is a matter to take up with the appropriate authorities. And I think tied to that is a point that nobody actually mentioned, but I think is very important. It was obviously mentioned by the public because in Chris's presentation about public comments, he mentioned that some people said there should be, because the wetland is not identified as a provincially significant wetland, there should be a evaluation to identify it as a provincially significant wetland. Well, we met the requirements on that, which were to essentially for all practical purposes, to treat it as if it were one. And I can assure council and the public who are listening that if tomorrow this wetland was decreed by the MNRF to be a provincially significant wetland, that wouldn't change anything in Gord Nielsen's report except to reflect the fact that it is now a PSW, because his recommendations and the way that the wetland has been treated are basically exactly the same as what would happen if it actually was a PSW. And I won't go into more detail on that unless anybody has any questions. Ms. Swift went into the same thing about, well, isn't exactly the same, about, she said no permit was ever requested or granted regarding treatment. That is a kind of a backhanded way of saying that no permit was ever required. And that is discussed in a letter of August 15, 22. She mentioned that the rules were ignored which again goes back to my conversation with Councillor Smith. And she also said, well, what if someone puts in a dock illegally? Who is ever going to monitor that? Who is going to undertake ongoing monitoring of that? Well, I think I have never had any doubt, and I certainly don't have any doubt after today, that if this development proceeds, the residents of Grass Lake are going to be extremely effective and committed monitors, and that if somebody were to put in a dock immediately, I don't think it would take a year for that to be found out or communicated to the municipality. Ms. Dow, the same thing about rules being broken. Again, my conversation with Councillor Smith. I spoke to Ms. Berman's comments. I spoke to Ms. Williams' comments. And the last thing I want to say is Terry Moore, and I hope he's still listening, he said that the protection and enhancement of healthy ecosystems should be at the center of all planning decisions. Well, that is exactly my view as well as a professional planner. And I think I stated that all very close to words to that was Gord Nielsen's approach as well as a professional biologist. We may have different, obviously have different opinions as to whether we have fulfilled that properly, and that's fair, but that's just as much at the core of what I have been seeking as a professional planner and what my client has been committed to, because otherwise I wouldn't be working for him. So I just wanted to make that point that he and I are very much on the same page in terms of the principles of how planning should proceed. And we believe that is to the best of our efforts what we have done here. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying so many of the questions that I had going through my head also, and I'm sure some councillors did, and you know, taking notes as we heard so many comments, but it really is about clarifying, and I really appreciate your last comment there as well. I can attest to this term of council and the people that I see here. The environment is also our number one, in fact, priority. And development that protects the environment, and actually that was a pillar of our strategic plan that we just adopted a couple of months ago. So I'm going to see if Jeff or Chris want to add anything. I think Chris might take us through some of the comments or condense them, and then we'll open it up to the floor for questions from councillors. Chris, did you want to go through some?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if, Jeff, do you have anything that you wanted to comment on first? And then if anything, I can probably bring up the PowerPoint with those comments. We can just go through them and see if council is satisfied or have any questions on those points raised by public.
I think we
I don't have anything to add. Sorry, Mayor, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, so if you don't have anything to add, the PowerPoint is referring to at the very beginning with the little boxes in it where he said, you know, and it was brackets 13, talked about this, that, and other thing. I think it would be worthwhile to go through that so that we can really ensure, because one thing we're being very much criticized for today and previously to even calling the meeting today is that we're rushing things. And we've had a lot of these comments for a long time. They've been available to us and on the public and concerns. And basically when someone makes a comment, then we have to see, you know, how does it test back against our official plans, county plan, policy, provincial policy statements, etc. So I think that is very worthwhile to do at this point.
Okay, I will share my screen here. Okay, can everybody see the screen?
So Chris, because I don't have a mouse, and so I'm not able to maneuver. I am going to see if I can see, well, I can see Nancy, and I just want to see if you can just pull that little bar over on your screen so I can see all of the councillors. I've got Councillor Smith. If there's any questions and I can't see your hand and Chris brings up a point and you want to speak and I can't see you, just go ahead, okay?
Mayor Roberts, I can tell you if someone's speaking.
Oh, Mallory will look after that for me. Okay, go ahead, Chris.
Okay, thank you. So the first one was related to active transportation. The comments were seniors walking with no sidewalks, walking on inclines, bends, blind corners, danger for pedestrians and dogs. Staff had raised just some comments in the report related to sidewalks and the active transportation or having sidewalk contributions, sort of more of a question towards council if that's something that they would like to see included in the future in this area. So I think I'll direct that back to council if they have any comments related to the active transportation, sidewalks, and concerns with maybe pedestrian conflicts in cars within this area.
Does anyone have concerns? Mallory, you'll chair a little bit or help me out.
Councillor Smith has a question.
Go ahead.
It's not a concern. It is a question. We have with, for example, the Garden Retirement Center, we did have a contribution from them towards sidewalks in that area. And so when would be the right time to talk about a contribution towards sidewalks associated with this development?
Typically contributions and the securities would be done through the site plan process. We would collect all the monies and securities at that time. Jeff, I don't know if you have anything to add into that. If there's any policy in place to collect it in any other way, but that's typically the mechanism to collect those funds.
Yeah, that's correct. Active transportation will be addressed during site plan agreement. Either through funds or the creation of sidewalks, that'll be looked at. But staff do believe it's important.
So just to note that, sorry, John, or Councillor Smith, the difference between Gardens retirement, which it was there was a sidewalk and it sort of dead ended, so it was to connect the link. The problem, or not problem, but the concern would be that like a sidewalk to where. However, a contribution towards something in that area, but you don't want to have a sidewalk and not connecting to anywhere. So
I understand that it needs to take you somewhere, just like a road. But would it be appropriate, I guess, is a question then for this council as part of this to spell out some of these things to make sure they do get covered off as part of a site plan review process?
I think that would happen at the development stage myself. So it's being duly noted here in this process, and but I don't think that there's anything that we could include at this time. Jeff?
Well, council could add stuff to resolutions, but staff are bound by the policies of the official plan, which direct to do this type of thing. So when we are reviewing site plan agreement applications, that is how we are going to apply it. So that is probably the most appropriate time to deal with this.
Okay, so Chris?
Okay. Second one was about air quality. Air quality decreased with further tree removal. Does anybody have any comments related to this? Are they satisfied that the proposed addresses the addition of trees and vegetation? Just opening up the floor there.
I believe, Mr. Escher, in the proposal, there's quite a bit of reforestation.
Correct,
as well.
Yes.
So it's sort of a net zero. So I don't see how that would apply.
Okay. Just writing in notes here. And then the next one is amount of proposed units, number of units not blending into the existing surroundings. Does anybody have any comments or concerns?
Oh, Councillor Smith, I can see.
Sorry.
I can see some of the councillors, but I can see, yeah.
Sorry, just a question on that in terms of, and this will probably come up elsewhere also with respect to the number of units. So yes, it's been suggested as part of this rezoning that we could end up with a development here that had a total of up to 88 units. But we're not locked into 88. presumably, as I understand the plan here, Harbor Holdings is going to sell this property, and so an actual developer or builder will be bringing forward a proposal. For some, or somebody may only buy one lot, or somebody may buy two or three, but they'll be bringing forward a development proposal, and it's at that time when council's reviewing that proposal that they'll have a chance to assess the appropriateness of the number of units on whatever property that particular developer builder is bringing forward. Is that fair?
Jeff?
Yeah, I can answer that. That's correct. So what is being proposed is the maximum number of units that would be permitted. As we've stated earlier, and Chris stated in his report, further studies are recommended through holding provisions that will determine how many units those lots can hold or support. So that is a maximum number. It will be up to future owners to come forward with a proposal, but yeah, they are not locked into a total of 88.
And so also, it's as part of that, at that time, the concerns that were raised by Ms. Saunders from DM Wills about the number of units that were acceptable per hectare. In fact, that would be the time to deal with that potential issue. Is that fair? That was the debate about, was it 17 per net hectare or 17 per gross hectare, if you like?
No, I think this is, well, through the zoning process, that is an appropriate time to deal with that concern. I think Mr. Usher answered that appropriately. And I don't want to misconstrue what you said, Tony, but he said, in essence, by protecting more land, the applicant shouldn't be penalized by the number of units that you can put on your lot. So when I look at the density provisions in our official plan, it doesn't say density per developable area. It says density per hectare, or density per lot. So this is the appropriate time. And sorry, Chris, and I know I'm rambling on. Chris had some numbers. These density numbers they're proposing are actually lower than the maximum that could be supported on these lots, according to that, just looking at that calculation alone. So yeah, sorry, I'm rambling on, but this is the appropriate time to look at it.
Chris, did you want to add to that?
No, I think it spelled it out in the report.
Okay.
What those numbers were. I just I don't have it right in front of me, but those numbers were spelled out that the number of units, if you do the calculations, could actually, based on those numbers and the policy, the numbers would be higher than what's being proposed. So the numbers that are being proposed are actually less than the calculations in the official plan.
Okay, so let's move on to boat traffic.
Hey, boat traffic was, they were concerned about power boats destroying the wetland shoreline, increased traffic cause increased overall pollution, increased boat traffic. Lake cannot handle increased boat traffic. Are there any concerns or additional comments related to the boat traffic?
Mallory or I don't see any, so we'll move on.
No. Okay, so I'll say that council was satisfied by the comments received and what was provided by the report as well. Okay. Environmental impacts, concerns about environmental impacts on the EP zone. So I believe that this would just be the development on the environmental impact. Does any members have any comments or concerns related to this? I see none.
Okay.
And then we have the docking in the wetlands, docking affecting ecosystem, difficulty enforcing non-motorized docks, motorized boat, power boats as a result of this development. I believe this again was addressed by the applicant as well. So if there's any comments or concerns related to that.
Just raise it here. We talked about the agreement to having no docks. I wonder about taking a little further to say not only no docks, but there'll be no decks. There'll be no rafts, in the area offshore. No ramps going through the EP zone, so that all of that, type of activity is eliminated. In fact, the only pathways would be in the buffer zone as opposed to in the EP zone.
I thought Chris explained that because even okay, Chris, go ahead.
I may turn it over maybe to Tony just to see about those proposals, and then if they're being addressed through the zoning, and if he has any comments on that prior to Jeff or I commenting.
Okay, Tony.
Well, the only comment I have is I agree completely with Councillor Smith. We don't want it. We talked about docks in the stuff we put out because that was the big flashpoint. And we only proposed a dock, but there shouldn't be any of that other stuff below the high water mark, no structure of any kind. And it's my understanding from staff and my reading of the bylaw that, as they've said, that would prohibit it. But if there's any ambiguity, let's get rid of the ambiguity.
Okay, that was my understanding when Chris, you spoke about EP zone, like no structure, not a ramp, nothing. So.
Well, there's is a walkway allowed through there that becomes a, walkways can be a permeable surface, but also certainly I've seen in EP zones the wooden deck. It's an elevated deck, if you like. That's a walkway. Would our zoning bylaw permit that?
Sorry, just looking here.
And the other one is the rafts. So if we're going to have people living there, and there's going to be kayaks and canoes, and the next thing you know, somebody say, well, I can't have a dock, but I can stick a raft out there 10 feet by 10 feet, anchored a few feet off shore so that it's not touching the shore. That's a raft, and we haven't got a prohibition against that.
Jeff, go ahead.
Yeah, if I may, rafts are a defined use in our zoning bylaw, and as per the draft bylaw before council today, they're not included as permitted uses. And if I could just go back to the other structures and the concerns outlined, and Chris, maybe you can just confirm, but so marine facilities have been removed as a permitted use in the environmental protection zone in the proposed exception zone today. The other permitted uses in the environmental protection zone remain, but the draft bylaw proposes at the end of those, so it would say something like flood erosion or siltation control works, but no structures permitted. So after every permitted use, we've included that language that no structures permitted. So there'll be no structures permitted in that EP zone.
Okay. So now to the section filling of the wetlands, although we had a lot of comments on that, I don't know that that's relevant to at this time for us. I don't know what staff, Jeff, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm just looking at the bylaw right now. So the permitted uses, where it does say conservation reforestation, it does say excluding any buildings or structures. But I apologize, where it says flood erosion or siltation control works, it doesn't say excluding any building or structures. So if there's flood erosion or siltation control works needed, they are allowed to say put a retaining wall or a dam or something like that. And then public park does say excluding any buildings or structures.
Mm-hmm. Is everyone clear with that? Councillor Smith, you brought up the question.
Well, I'd like to Jeff to point to me where that is in the document before us.
It's in the draft zoning bylaw. So if you have the planning report in front of you, it's on page 54
Okay, thanks.
under section 10.3.3.1A.
So why don't we move on? And Councillor Smith, you can be looking that up at the same time, just for the sake of time. It is 3 o'clock. We've been at this since 9. And just I'm not trying to move past something to not make it important. We can come back to it if we're not clear. So let's go to the fill of the wetlands and we can come back if we need to.
Okay, fill of the wetlands, further damage of the wetlands by filling, concerns about current filled in the wetlands, concerned about blocking the water course, flooded area being filled, concerned about buildings on previous wetlands that were filled in. Again, I believe that this has been addressed, and I don't know if council has any further comments or concerns.
Can't see everybody, but Mallory, anybody? No hands? Okay.
Oh, Councillor Smith put his hand up.
Right. Just, Tony, you referenced that my asking that this morning and said, well, that's not a matter for planning. I do think in my own mind, and certainly heard this echoed a number of the comments today, that this cloud that hangs over, and even the photographs we saw today that I think it was Linda Williams had those photographs that made this site look like a gravel pit at one point, frankly, with the stack of rocks that were there, the equipment that was on site. That you may say that's got nothing to do with planning. The cloud rests with you in terms of people looking and saying, well, that's what happened in the past. How can we trust anything that's going to happen on this site in the future because of that history? And as I said, I was shocked at that photograph. I hadn't seen that photograph until that presentation today, and said, wow, that was, I don't know how we can explain that happening in an area that so much of it was designated EP.
I don't know. Tony, Mr. Usher, did you want to take that on?
Well, I guess Councillor's looking for a response. I understand what you're saying, and I also appreciate that people say if they believe that something bad has happened. Well, there's two things. There's something somebody may think is bad, and I'm sympathetic for anybody who feels that if anything that cuts down a tree or squashes a bug bad in some way. And then there's stuff that's illegal. Okay. I can't do anything. There's nothing we can do about people feeling bad, because every development approval involves having some at least short-term adverse effect on the environment. No shovel goes in the ground without there being some harm of some kind. Question of illegal, if illegal things have happened, and I'm talking generally here, if illegal things have happened, then I understand, even though it should not be part of a planning decision, people say, somebody talked about, well, makes us feel skeptical and mistrustful. I get that. But the problem we have here is, well, yes, there were things that were done. Trees were cut, land was cleared, there was filling, everything that was done, and I have looked into this very deeply so far as I can. I'm not only taking it on the attestation of my client, who I have great faith in, but I'm also taking it on my own review of all the information available, that everything is legal. There may be some things that would not be legal today, but they were legal then. And since nothing illegal happened, I don't know what you do about that. Yes, there is a cloud. There is a large community of people out there who think that illegal things have happened and who do not believe our efforts to show that to the contrary in the letters provided. If the council feels there is something more that we could or should do on this score, we are happy to try and do it to the best of our ability. And beyond that, I'm not sure I have a good answer for you, Councillor.
I think that's an excellent answer, actually. And I think that really we shouldn't be talking. We've talked and it had to be addressed, was, if you want to call it, the elephant in the room. However, I think, Mr. Escher, you just said it very clearly. Everything was done at the time in accordance with the rules in place. I have worked with this developer. He is not a friend of mine. I know him from living in the community, and I have worked with him when he came to council and developed 106 lots on Halliburton Lake and Percy Lake, and did them in the most environmental, protective manner that any developer could have ever done. So maybe some people see what they see. As you just said, I mean, to build a single family dwelling, you have to cut down a tree or two. You know, when some condominiums went up on Head Lake, there was a little bit of disruption to the community and to the soil and to the earth and whatnot. They were all done in accordance with the rules that we have in place. And I think that, you know, I think a lot of unfair things have been said on this issue. And I think it doesn't, in my mind, pertain to any decision-making that I have. And I don't know if any other councillor wants to speak on that. If not, I think we should move on in this topic.
Okay.
And that said, we'll look at the concerns with hydro.
Concerns that the proposal will overload hydro system. Does anybody have any concerns to this? Okay, seeing none. Next one is for development location. Concerned about the location, suggests that development shouldn't have direct access, water access. Concerned that development location will impact land values. Concerned about overdevelopment of the lake with proposed location. Disruption of peace and tranquility. Suggests that the north side of County Road 21 is a better location. Negative effect on resale values of property. Increased trespassers on undeveloped land. Does council have any comments or concerns?
Mallory, you see anybody?
Nope, we're good.
Okay. Okay, so then on to invasive species.
Okay, invasive species, increase to the terrestrial and aquatic invasive species, concerned about the increase of invasive snails. And through discussions and public comments, are there any concerns or comments from council on this?
Seeing none, Mayor Roberts.
Okay.
Light pollution, condo and commercial building will increase light pollution, further light pollution on Grass Lake on top of Tim Hortons, Independent Marina, the Home Hardware, Curry Motors, etc. on funnel light. Again, lighting will be addressed through site plan approvals, which usually typically include photometric plans, but if council has any comments or concerns.
Just a comment, our official plan clearly states of what's called night sky, it's all downward lighting. Can you refer to that too? Because I don't have documents on my fingers.
Yeah, it provides that policy that they have to have full cutoff and direct lighting down, and those will all be addressed through the photometric plan during the site plan approval time, and to ensure that there is no trespass of light on neighboring properties.
Okay, great.
And then we go to the housing crisis. Municipality needs housing. Businesses need staff, but lack the housing options. Discourages professionals as well as qualified trade and service workers from relocating. Approving the first phase of Harbor and Holdings development further demonstrates commitment to solving the Halliburton housing shortage. Companies feels the negative impacts of shortage for workers. More housing options may alleviate the shortage of workers. Commute to the county and increased fuel prices no longer viable option. Does council have any comments?
Yeah. Anyone want to speak to this? You see anybody, Mallory?
No, seeing no comments.
I think I will make a comment myself on this one. And while we heard a lot of concerns and people in opposition and mostly like a lot of concerns, we also heard quite a few letters and people speaking today with support. I think we have to remember this is in the Halliburton Village area. And while people get a bit confused because we have a very odd shaped village area compared to other towns, we're not in Southern Ontario on a grid system and we just go out in a square shape. We have the constraints and it is on the sewer system. And so therefore, that's what makes this area even remotely available to be developed in this manner. It meets those criteria. So I think it's duly noted that we did have a lot of support for that as well.
Thank you. The next one is related to noise pollution. 88 units will increase noise as opposed to 10 or 12 cottages. Increased noise from construction would be unbearable. Increased noise from potential short-term rentals and Airbnb. Does council have any comments or concerns related to this?
Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Smith has his hand up. Sorry. Go ahead.
Just on that Airbnb comment. There's been some discussion at the county about short-term rentals. If this is turned into condo units, I'm presuming that, of course, we don't know what the final bylaw would look like, but is it fair to think that whatever ends up on this lot would be covered by whatever rules council may adopt with respect to short-term rentals, such that we won't have units in here that are rented out on a full-time basis through platforms like Airbnb.
Chris, are you able to speak to that?
Yeah, sorry, I was just typing as
I know.
talking. Yeah, so if there is a policy put into place or a bylaw that would cover the municipality, so that would go to any Airbnb or rentals, which would include condominiums and those type of things as well. So,
Councillor Smith, I'm not going to be a county councillor much longer, but one of the things I'm going to, if we still, I believe it's going to come back to county council, is that I always was wanting a limited number of days for short-term rentals, not that they would be available 365 days a year, as some of the sample bylaws that we were looking at. And so that would prohibit because technically a person can purchase a condominium, and if the condominium core is set up in such a manner, they could be all short-term rentals. We have a proposal like that that's still in the works at this office. So I think that that's really important. In the other condominiums and other situations that we have in town, they have condominium boards that regulate the rental and what you can do. And most of them are full-time year leases only. And that's a whole different situation. If someone wants to rent, then it becomes a housing.
Yeah, if people want to buy it and rent it out year by year, it just seems to me, and back to the previous topic there in terms of the housing crisis, if many of these units, doesn't most or all, but even if many of these units end up being purchased by investors and simply turned into short-term rental to allow people to be up here vacationing all the time, that's doing nothing to solve our housing problem. So we need to make sure that whatever approach is in place here, that doesn't become the outcome. And I'd like to specifically ask about the one lot that's going to be designated commercial. Presumably, it would be designated in a fashion that it maybe has ground floor commercial, but the residential units in it would be caught in the same restrictions in terms of short-term rental applicability. And they wouldn't be commercial units. Is that fair?
that's correct. They'd be treated as the medium density dwelling units, even though they're in a commercial, they're mixed use, so they would be treated as residential units, not commercial.
Okay,
Okay, the next one is related to the recreational capacity, concerned about recreation capacity being increased. Discussion around this, as mentioned, there will be no proposed docks or marine facilities. And if council does have concerns or comments related to this, we can certainly put them in. And on top of that, if there are additional concerns, they can always request a boating capacity study as well. So just as per the discussions that we had today.
any concerns? Okay, Mallory's seeing none, so we'll move on to the next slide.
Sewer treatment capacity, sewage treatment not having enough capacity for the proposed development, demand on condition and capacity investigation of the sewer plant. Questions how the municipality will ensure that sewage removal will remain unaffected by the increased capacity, and who will pay for the upgrades of the sewage system. Through discussions, and as Jeff mentioned earlier on in the meeting, there is capacity at the sewage plant, which has been addressed and verified by the Public Works and the municipal engineer for the sewer treatment plant. And if council has any further concerns or comments.
In terms of the question, who will pay for upgraded sewage system?
Yeah.
Not the system at the actual plant, but any development is paid by the developer. It's the developer and that would again be in the fees at the site plan stage. If it turns out one of the severances that say the one that has 23 units, it actually ends up being 20 units, they pay the sewer connection fee as per our bylaw.
Okay, the next one is related to traffic. Concerned about the increased traffic at the corner of County Road 21 and Peninsula Road. Increased traffic entering downtown from the west side of town. Current drivers not abiding by the 50-kilometer rule. Concerned about the turning lanes and road surface not being wide enough. Does council have any comments or concerns?
Looks like none, so we'll move on.
None.
Is that the county? Yeah.
Okay. So let me get to the next one here. So a commercial operation, increased traffic and increased impacts with the commercial operation. Too much commercial development within Haliburton. Any comments or concerns related to this section? Seeing none. Species, just concerned about the habitat of the identified species, including the geese, ducks, woodpeckers, turkeys, turtles, deer, moose, fish spawning habitat, and concerned about development on the habitat wildlife. As mentioned, there will be many mitigation measures, buffers. Development will not be in the low-lying or wetland areas as they will be set back those 30 meters. But does council have any comments or concerns? None.
None.
Okay, thanks, Mallory.
Okay. Species at risk and endangered, concerned about landing turtle habitat, and on the same slide, shoreline erosion, further shoreline erosion. Any comments or concerns?
Seeing none.
Okay.
Okay, water quality and lake health, impacts of development on the water quality, possible increased seaweed, decreasing water quality impacted by water runoff and drainage, degrading water quality downstream and on the 5 chain of lakes. Any comments, concerns related to this section?
Seeing none.
Before, and I'll just chime in there. That again was somebody's comment. I can't remember who, in terms of paved driveways, etc. That would be in the stormwater management which would be at development stage again, so that there's mitigation for that. Is that correct?
That's correct. So through the site plan approval processes, those enhanced mitigation measures, even such as the stormwater management, erosion control, will be put in place. And I know that there were comments about who will maintain that through condo ownership, that they will be abided to have to continue to maintain the stormwater management and those type of things on the property.
Okay, I think Councillor Smith, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wonder if, just as we put restrictions in as part of the rezoning related to docks and ramps and so forth, could we put something here related to permeable surfaces on any parking lots or walking paths on any of these lots? So that that's established now, not something to be potentially picked up later.
I don't know, can you include that in zoning? Or is that site plan?
Typically that you would look at that through the site plan process. Just trying to think of a mechanism that you would be able to include that in through this process. I'm just trying to think, Jeff, if you have any comments on that, but typically that would be addressed through the site plan process, taking comments, concerns addressed through this public process that would be consideration at that time.
But if we're the council that's heard these public comments, had this public meeting, the site plan process doesn't have another public meeting. So concern is that it gets overlooked later on, or the importance of it to the public doesn't get weighed. Whereas we today have heard that firsthand and may have a better sense of its importance to those who presented.
If I may just chime in before Chris, the problem with determining what the surface treatment of the parking areas and the pathways and the walkways are now, when we're not talking we don't have a development in front of us. We don't know that first of all, for accessibility, we heard even at the college that the pavement was actually better for accessibility, etc. And they may have a stormwater management plan that actually flows to a little, small area to the side, not necessarily just because it's a paved parkway means it's all flowing down over to the lake. So I think we really have to know that our planning policies in terms of site plan control and stormwater management, our staff would not accept a site plan that shows runoff all just going off to the lake. So I don't see how we can determine what the surface treatment of the parking areas, pathways, etc. would be in the future. And I don't see how we can put that in zoning.
I think we can put anything in zoning that this council wants to put in zoning. It's a question of us deciding what's important or what's critical.
Okay, I'm going to let Chris answer.
I'm just trying to think of, again, I'm trying to think of a mechanism to put that into under our bylaw. Sorry, I just got 3 screens going on right now, Jeff. I don't know if you have anything that you can comment on based on this, but typically it's done through the site plan process. If these developments don't happen for 10 years, there could be newer improved ways to mitigate these types of runoffs and stuff like that we don't even know of at this point. So typically that's why it's done at the time of development, to do what's, I guess, the most appropriate and the most up-to-date. I'm trying to think of the wording, but just the most up-to-date implementations of those type of requirements for development.
Okay, so Jeff, while you're thinking about that, I'm going to look because Councillor Smith, you've brought it up. It was brought up by one person. I sort of stated my thing. I'm going to trust the site plan control and not tell a developer what the what his development has to look like on the outside in terms of pavement and pathways and parking lots. Mallory, can you see if the rest of the councillors?
Yeah, Councillor McKechnie would like to make a comment.
Yep, Councillor McKechnie.
Yeah, I'd like to just make a comment that I agree with the way you answered that question, Mayor Roberts, in regard to a reference to the Sir Sanford parking lot. And like there's like there's so many factors that could go into what surface should be down there. We shouldn't be designating that it's got to be gravel or whatever. So I agree with the way you answered the question 100%.
Okay, so is there any, just to, and it's not to be rude, just to keep things moving along, it is 3:30. Is there any support, Mallory, if you can look at your screen to see if there's any support that we want to reference anything to do with pavement, parking areas, etc. And if there's not, we'll move on. Any?
No support, no.
And no, okay, all right, so we will move on from that then. And I don't remember where we were. Water quality impact.
Yeah, we just finished the water quality. Okay, so water supply and drinking water. Concerned about the impacts of development on water supply and neighboring wells. Problems with well being impact by testing. Water quality changed from clear to brown and muddy when Palmer began testing. Concern that the water table wouldn't be sufficient. Again, staff did have concerns regarding this on the lots as identified, and went to the next step of implementing those mechanisms into the holding provision, that the hydrology tested studies will be required at the site plan process to ensure that there is sufficient water supply for the proposed development. And if there isn't, then development would not proceed. But again, council, if they have any further comments related to what was discussed today, this is the opportunity to do so.
Okay, look to the floor and here. Any comments on that? Yes.
Seeing none.
Oh, actually, Councillor Wood Roberts beside me.
Just a quick,
I don't think yours is on. Here.
just to make sure that there is something in this about the well function at the vet clinic. There is going to be conversation about that, right?
That's correct. Through the discussions today with the applicant or the consultant and the owner. Tony, sorry, I don't see everybody on here, but Tony, if you're there, if you maybe just want to elaborate a little bit more of that discussion, just to reiterate it a bit.
Well, I guess first of all, I got to find out whether there's something missing here in terms of any response from Dr. Filion. But after that, I think would be good, at least to try to have some kind of discussion that should also involve the municipality, because you guys are of course responsible for if the bylaw is passed, you guys are responsible for taking it from there in terms of holding provisions. So I think it would be good to have some kind of discussion involving our people, our experts, and yourselves and myself with Dr. Filion to see if we can try to sort out the misunderstandings that and problems that have developed to this point. I think also you guys have made the point that the additional conditions that you're recommending about the H mean that in the case of the northern lot, the applicant at such time, and let's say it's places for people, comes back in 2 or 3 years or whatever, and is ready to go ahead with the site plan agreement and condo description, that they're going to have to demonstrate that this issue has been resolved, and that that not only in general is there a sufficient water supply, but there is a reasonable assurance that there will not be adverse effects to the that operation, and that if there are, that the developer will be fully on the hook for addressing that, even if it means drilling a new well for that operation or whatever the case may be.
Okay, thank you. As she said, thank you. Okay, so tree clearing then?
Concerned about about further tree removal, as trees have already been cleared, increased tree clearing causing increased runoff. As through discussions today, there will be replanting and or revegetation of the 200 trees and shrubs with additional mitigation measures, retained vegetation within the setbacks and those type of things. So if council has any further comments or concerns.
Seeing none.
And
Okay.
then one more was just the wetlands. So destruction of
Oh, yes.
wetlands and the ecosystem of Grass Lake, wanting the Ontario Wetland Evaluation System to evaluate the wetland. And Tony, just at the beginning, or sorry, Mr. Usher, just at the beginning, actually commented on this about how the wetland was evaluated to the higher standards. So if council has any comments or concerns. See none. Okay, yeah, and that's all of the consolidated comments that we have.
Okay, so thank you. I'm glad we went through those. That's really important. And so Councillor Smith is first, and we'll see.
Well, one topic that didn't make that chart is timing. And I know there's a recommendation before us to make a decision on this today. There were multiple times, Madam Mayor, that you told people who were out of time that they could submit comments after the meeting, I guess by email or whatever. And that's great that they have that opportunity. We didn't have a chance. We as councillors were not given an opportunity to ask questions of people who made presentations. So there's been no two-way communication with them. Again, without timing being discussed, but I'd like to think that council is not prepared to make a decision on this today, that we could set this aside to, we've got a council meeting scheduled for October the 11th, and that would give us a couple of weeks for consideration of everything we heard today, a chance for the public to follow up whatever they observed today, and have whatever conversations they may wish to have with individual members of council. Councilors may reach out to people who made a presentation today, and that would be, I think, a more responsive approach and a more responsive approach given the number of people who raised the question of timing with us today.
Any other councillors want to speak to that, or staff want to speak to that? You're right. However, people were able to give written comment prior to the meeting, of which we received several, many. And they were told the 5 minutes. And I know, it's like in lots of things, you have to adhere to that schedule. We had so many speakers here. We are still at 3:30 in the meeting. So most people I felt were wrapping up, and I don't know that any new information would come forward. And public meetings generally aren't meant, it's not just today. Public meetings aren't a debate back and forth. It is our opportunity as a public planning committee to listen. And then if someone brings up a concern like wetland or boating or tree cutting or the environmental impact study, it goes back to either our staff or it goes to the applicant. So that would go back to Mr. Usher. So it's not meant for us to be asking questions back and forth to the public. They bring up, we listen, staff address, how it meets our official plan, etc. And that's not just today. That's how public meetings are intended. So is there anyone else?
I guess I don't understand then the purpose of you telling people multiple times that they could submit additional content after the meeting. I don't understand the purpose of you, and I think it was Jeff and even helped by Chris, went through the process of explaining how people could access the information on our website if we're going to go ahead and make a decision today when they haven't yet had a chance to find that based on the instructions that were provided today.
I'm going to ask Mallory. She's.
I just wanted to point out that we're not the approval authority for the OPA. So that could be, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, Mayor Roberts, but that could be part of what you were referencing.
I was, and honestly, if they had something that wasn't already previously submitted, or in the first 5 minutes didn't say that magic bullet point that was going to absolutely be the little spark or something like key important piece. They should have said it in the first 5 minutes. There is still an opportunity. We'll still be receiving things. It's just a determination of whether we want to make that decision to move it forward to the county and have, and I did very clearly say at the county when they do an OPA, there is still opportunity for public comment, which I'm sure they'll be inundated. So, you know, I'll look to the rest of council as how I chaired the meeting, or if I tried to not cut people off. I was trying to be nice most of the time, which is generally my nature, except if someone's saying something that is completely untrue, and then I cut them off. But I was trying to be, it's very daunting to speak and be, whether it be in the person, if we were all in this room, or even online. And I know some people got a little forgetful of the time. So I don't know, I would look to the rest of council to see guidance here if they feel that our role is to make sure, do we have all the information that we need, or did any new information come up today during the public comment section that was not addressed by our planner or by the applicant that we feel we still need to wait to have new information? And Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
Yeah, we've all had the opportunity to read all those reports, and I read all of them in detail over the last year. And today I didn't learn anything new. In fact, I think a lot of the concerns have been addressed before today, and I look forward to moving this forward. There's more discussion of the county, as you say, an official plan amendment there has a public process. And if we have missed something today, but I feel comfortable that our applicant has met all the criteria for me to support moving this initiative forward.
Okay, so there is a resolution that was read in still within the public meeting, that we adjourn the public meeting and go into the planning session. And that resolution was included in our package. Councillor Smith?
Thanks. I just, it's not that I don't support this application. I think there's been a lot of great work done here. The public input, the peer consultants report, very responsive on the part of the proponent here, both the owner and his planning agent. Have made a lot of accommodations to respond to what people in the community asked for. And clearly, I think everybody on council understands that the need for more housing in our community is critical and urgent. But I don't see the process really being slowed down if we take the 10 or 11 days between now and October the 11th to demonstrate to people that we not only listened, but we took the time to consider what they had before we rushed ahead and vote. And you can say, well, we don't think that and so forth, but that's a perception that people will have. And perception is reality in the minds of so many. And it's for the credibility of council that I'm suggesting that we take that pause of 11 days and give people a chance, based on everything they've heard today, to send additional comments to us or raise some issues they hadn't previously thought about. And it's as simple as that. As I said, it is reality. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So, we have somebody who wants to support it, and we have somebody who wants to delay it for a couple of weeks, or defer it for, I don't mean delay, but whichever, defer for a couple of weeks. I see Councillor McKechnie would like to speak on this.
Yeah, I agree with Deputy Mayor Kennedy in regard to, these people did a great job today in their presentations, bringing up all their concerns. And I think that today a lot of the concerns were addressed by the planner and the applicant. And I think I agree with Deputy Mayor Kennedy that the county, we should present this to the county so they can hear any other concerns that they're going to have. This will get onto the county agenda. I imagine would be on before the next term. Or probably won't. Or will it?
I'll look to staff. I don't know how quickly. I don't know.
I think that, we're winding down, needless to say, but I mean, we've all been discussing this for a long, long time. It isn't like this just, all these concerns, and there was a lot of new ones that come up today, and we heard them all out. And I think the planner has answered a lot of the concerns. Thank you.
So, to staff, either Jeff or Chris, to the question of what happens after today, how quickly does it get onto a county agenda? Do you have any idea?
I can try and answer that. I'm not exactly sure of the time frame, so if council decides to proceed today and adopt the official plan amendment, part of that resolution is to direct staff to make application to the county. There is paperwork we will have to prepare as part of the submission to the county, so it will take time to do that. Obviously, we will do that as quick as possible, but the unknown is the time frame at the county level. So once we make that submission, what's the time frame for them to review, provide notice, take it to their council? That's unknown. So I'm not exactly sure how long it would take after it leaves our office.
Yes, neither am I. And Mr. Wilson is with other applications, but I would suspect it takes time. Notice takes time under the Planning Act. We know that these things take time. There was some talk about the fact that public meetings sometimes do take 2 or 3 meetings, and I had told some people that, and I think they kind of used that against me, if you will. I can think of an instance on a condominium development on Head Lake where it did take some time, but that was because the difference here I see is this: we've had some of this information for well over a year. And through the general public consultation that Mr. Usher has done on behalf of his client, already some of those changes started to happen. And I mean, for instance, if we were coming to today's meeting and docs were still proposed, I can guarantee you I wouldn't be supporting passing it, because we would have had people up in arms about, the dock on whichever lot or the retained. So things changed through the public consultation process. With the condominium that I was referencing, that changes came about offered by the developer during the public meeting. So we needed to come back to a second public meeting, and it did get approved and it did get passed, and it did not, and it went forward. So in this case, I feel that because this application has been so long coming to today's meeting, I cannot personally see any new information that I would need to make my decision. I do have 2, I believe, councillors that were ready to support it. There is a resolution on the table that was included in our package. If you want, I'll read the resolution first before I look for a mover and a seconder. Councillor Smith?
Just to comment based on Jeff's response there. It seems that there's no chance this is going to get dealt with by the county before the election.
Oh, yeah.
The process has got to go through, just isn't going to happen between now and the end of October. So again, based on the the number of people, a very large number of people that today expressed a concern about the timing, and left with the feeling that we were rushing this through. Why wouldn't you take the 11 days between now and October the 11th and give them a chance to call you or send you an email, or for you to reach out and ask somebody from the Friends of Grass Lake why they declined to meet with Tony and Paul, when those invitations were made. I just think that it's so important that we leave people with the right impression here, that we were thoughtful and deliberate, and we weren't rushing something through, that it wasn't a deal. Although, Don Ross was so far off base when he said something had been pre-cooked here. That was just, I thought, so outrageous. But the fact of the matter is, that's what he said. There's a perception in the community that this thing was a done deal, that we're rushing it through. Take the 11 days. What are the consequences of taking the 11 days and waiting to see? Anyway, you know where I stand on it, so thank you.
Okay. But the flip side could be said, for however long any of us have been on council, we've all had to come to the time where the decision-making Here it is, decision-making time, right now. So whether it be to wait the 11 days or to move this forward today, that's what we got elected to do. And they're tough decisions. So you have to reach in and say, again, ask yourself, do you, each individual counselor, feel you have enough information today to make that decision? And if so, then why would we wait? If you can ask yourself that, then we should put a resolution on the table and see where it lands. So I think I will read the resolution first, if that's okay, Mallory. Yeah, I'm going to read the resolution. It is in our packet, but I like to read it and then I'll look for a mover and a seconder. Be it resolved that the report for file number D14-ZB-2021-006 Lands of Harborne Holdings Limited, which consists of part lot 9 and 10, concession 8, further described as part 1 to 5, plan 19R10423 in the geographic township of Dysart, municipality of Dysart et al. Be received for information. And that council directs the bylaw to adopt OPA 1 be brought forward for consideration during its September 29, 2022 special meeting. And that council recommends approval of the proposed bylaw. And that council directs a bylaw which would change the zone on the subject lands from rural type 1 zone and environmental protection zone to suburban residential -5 RS-5 exception zone, suburban residential -6 exception zone, suburban residential -7 exception zone, highway commercial zone, and environmental protection. 1, oh my gosh, I hope I'm reading this correctly. Exception zone be brought forward for consideration during its September 29, 2022 special meeting, and that council recommends approval of the proposed bylaw subject to the approval of the official plan amendment. So that's the last sentence, and that council recommends approval of the proposed bylaw subject to the approval of the official plan amendment. So is there a mover and a seconder for this? Deputy Mayor Kennedy has moved.
I'll
And
second.
Councillor McKechnie has seconded. So all in favor? Okay, that carries. So now we need to adjourn the public meeting. Is that correct? Anybody? Help me out on the order of things. Okay. Need a mover and a seconder to adjourn the public meeting. Councillor Donaldson, Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that council hereby adjourn the public meeting at 3:50 p.m. and reconvenes the special meeting of council. All in favor? Okay, carried. Okay, so we are now in the regular special meeting, and I guess I turn it back over to Chris.
Thank you. I believe everything has been addressed. We've gone through the studies. They've all been peer reviewed. All the public comments throughout the many weeks and months have been looked at, addressed, considered through the review of the application. The application was based and reviewed upon the official plan, the provincial policy statement, and the county official plan. And again, all the studies were peer reviewed. The peer reviewer provided some comments that were then addressed through the addendum to the EIS and the WSA. And then through discussions with the applicant of providing further mitigation measures that went from the 20 meters to 30 meters to the pond and some of those additional things. And so the recommendation that's provided, if council decides, would be the appropriate recommendation.
Well, I think we talked a fair bit about this today. I'll just turn it over to Jeff before we
Sorry, I just note that there is 2 items on the planning agenda. The first one being the severance application.
Yes.
So Chris, I didn't know if you wanted to elaborate more on that. If not, that's okay. I just wanted to bring that up, that was the first item on the agenda, and then
the second item is the severance.
Yeah. Sorry, Jeff. Yeah, so the first item is to continue with what we just did in public meeting and then the severance. That's the way it's been laid out.
Sorry, not in the one I'm looking at, but that's okay. My apologies.
Sorry.
My apologies.
Yeah.
Well, I got one version, which is basically what we just passed in the public meeting. Now we're in our regular meeting. So I think we can talk about that. And then why don't we talk about, because we all said all along, we're moving this whole file together at the same time, and people were allowed to comment on the severances at the same time, because eventually they'll get to land division for that discussion. So I guess I will, is that a, pardon me? Okay, well, I'm doing A, which is the OPA bylaw and the zoning bylaw amendment.
Well,
So
A, according to the agenda, A is actually the severance, here as I can read the agenda.
So it's switched around since it's been posted. Interesting. So sorry, Jeff, that's why you're confused.
Yeah, I know. Okay, and
Yeah.
I'm looking at a piece of paper, not at the screen. So put it this way, I've got a motion in front of me for the OPA bylaw and the zoning bylaw amendment, which on my agenda is, but just for clarity, this is the first one that that we just recommended passage of in the public meeting. So I will look for a mover and a seconder for this now. Deputy Mayor Kennedy, seconded by? Okay, couldn't see, Councillor McKechnie. Be it resolved that bylaw 2022-97, which is a bylaw to adopt OPA 1 official plan amendment for the lands of Harborne Holdings Limited in part lots 9 and 10, concession 8, further described as parts 1 through 5, plan 19R 10423 in the geographic township of Dysart, municipality of Dysart et al. Be read a first, second, third time, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto. Staff are directed to forward OPA 1 to the County of Haliburton for approval. And be it resolved that Council approves in principle the draft bylaw to amend bylaw 2005-120 for the lands of Harborne Holdings, which would change the zone on the subject land from rural type 1 zone to environmental protection zone to suburban residential exception zone and suburban 5, suburban residential zone 6, suburban residential zone 7, and highway commercial zone and environmental protection exception zone in order to permit medium density residential and mixed use commercial on the subject property, and direct staff to return with the bylaw upon approval of the concurrent OPA 1. All in favor?
Sorry, I just
that
have,
wrong?
sorry, Mayor Roberts, I just have one little correction that I noticed for the highway commercial. It should be highway commercial -36 CH36 zone. And that's to implement the low impact uses. So it doesn't permit all highway uses, highway commercial uses.
Highway commercial dash which?
Highway commercial -36 and then in brackets CH-36 zone, exception zone.
Okay, so to the mover and a seconder. It was fine. All in favor? Okay, so that carries. And the next is the, oh my gosh, severance.
Okay.
Is there any discussion here? Do you want to go through the conditions, I think?
Yeah, I'll just bring it up.
Are you able to bring up the conditions? I mean, I can read them.
Yeah, it's just a little slow on my end right here with it opening up.
Because there's 500 pages. Jeff?
Yeah, I'm happy to read out those conditions. Mine did take a while
Thank you.
to open up too, Chris, so I understand what you're going through. So the resolution contains 7 proposed conditions for council's consideration today. The first condition being subject to 5% parkland dedication or cash in lieu at $1,000 per severed parcel. Condition number 2, the registered owner is to enter into a severance agreement pursuant to section 5126 of the Planning Act to address all planning matters, including but not limited to the conditions and recommendations from the applicable studies. Condition number 3, subject to an official plan amendment to redesignate the lands for their intended use. Condition number 4, subject to a zoning bylaw amendment to rezone the proposed severed and retained lots for their intended uses. Excuse me. Condition number 5, the registered owner is to pay any outstanding taxes. Condition number 6, subject to payment of all administration fees owed to the municipality. And lastly, condition number 7, prior to the endorsement of the deeds, the Land Division Committee is to receive a clearance letter from the municipality confirming that the conditions 1 to 6 have been fulfilled.
Okay, so I'm going to read the first part of the resolution and look for a mover and a seconder. Be it resolved, the council support the general principle of this consent proposal for file number D00-SV-2021-010, 011, and 012 on the property legally described as part lots 9 and 10, concession 8, further described as parts 1 through 5, plan 19R10423 in the geographic township of Dysart, municipality of Dysart et al., resulting in 1 retained lot and 3 severed lots, subject to the following conditions and the comments received through the public review process. The conditions were all read, so I'll look for a mover and a seconder for this. Moved by Councillor Wood Roberts, seconded by
Councillor McKechnie.
Councillor McKechnie. Your hand is in the window or something. All in favor? Okay, that carries. We have 2 resolutions left. One's the confirming bylaw, one's the adjournment. But before we get there, I just want to thank again the Dysart municipal staff that have, all of them, that have kept up with this very extensive file. Yes, it is a very big proposal for Dysart, and it is forward thinking, and it is going to serve a need. This will be a long time in the works before we probably, see these come to fruition, but that is, if we, anyway, I better not say anything too much, but I just want to thank Dysart staff because this has been a huge file for them. There's been many files that have just been put on the back burner, and we have a lot going on in this township and a lot to be proud of. And it isn't us against them. We're not council against the town. We live here. I live here. I've lived here for ages. Many of us we all live here, and we all care about our community, and we want the best thing, and we're following, we're doing our best as municipal councillors and following the rules and planning policies that we have in place. So with that, I will look to see if someone wants to confirm the proceedings of today. Anybody? Get too tired to put your hand up, Councillor Donaldson and Councillor Kennedy, Deputy Mayor Kennedy? Be it resolved that bylaw number 2022-98 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the special meeting held on September 29, 2022 be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached here too. All in favor? Okay, carried. And lastly, would someone like to move to adjourn? Councillor Donaldson, Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that council adjourn its special meeting held on September 29th, 2022 at 4:01 p.m. All in favor? Absolutely. Okay, that is carried. We are now adjourned. Thanks, everyone, and enjoy the little bit of that gorgeous blue sky that fall day. Bye now.